Take a seat, we'll get started. A couple minutes after 9. We'll start with a public safety announcement. In the unlikely event of an emergency, if the fire alarm goes off, the exits you should head for are back there in the corner and back here. Those go directly outside, so you may want to bring a coat with you. So that part of the job has been fulfilled. If you find a comfortable seat, we'll get going. So welcome to the Town of Barrington's 2019 deliberative session. It's a rare occurrence when the deliberative session coincides with Groundhog Day. Hopefully it'll be even more fun than usual. New Hampshire's first official town meeting took place in Exeter in 1639. The voters were English Protestant landowning men over the age of 24. New Hampshire was still part of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, ruled by the King of England, but towns needed to decide local matters locally. Today we're carrying on that 380-year tradition of local democratic decision-making, happily with a more diverse electorate, except maybe the age of 24. I don't see too many people here under 24. A lot of people over, well, except Julian Olivier. He's been 24 for about 30 years. Anyway, to begin, I'll review my rules of order. Some of these may sound familiar because I stole some of them from my predecessor. The purpose of these simple rules of order is to promote an efficient examination of the articles on the warrant and to give the voters in attendance the opportunity to express their opinions about the articles. Number one, the moderator follows no set rules of order. Voters have the right to challenge the moderator's rules and rulings. I'm not encouraging that, but you can do it. Only registered voters and town employees will be allowed to speak. If the voters do not object, this will include the town administrator, the town planner, the library director, the town attorney, the rec director, and the road agent, and any other employees that don't live in Barrington. After an article is introduced, the select board or school board, that's next week. The select board and ABC will be recognized first before any debate from the floor. ABC is the Advisory Budget Committee. The moderator may limit debate. Comments should be concise and relevant to the article under discussion. Comments about personalities should be avoided. All debate and questions will be through the moderator. That means you don't direct questions directly to people in the audience. Speakers must be recognized by the moderator before speaking unless someone wishes to bring up a point of order. Speakers must identify themselves and speak into the microphone. That one is a good choice. The moderator may ask that complicated motions be submitted in writing. Amendments must be moved and seconded before discussion, and those making the motion and second must identify themselves as required by the right to know law. Only one amendment will be considered at a time. Speakers are asked to let others speak before they're recognized a second time. To request a secret ballot, this gets tricky, but to request a secret ballot, 5 or more voters in attendance must make the request in writing before a hand vote is called for. And after a hand vote, immediately following a hand vote, 7 voters may request a vote by secret ballot. And you can do that orally. You don't have to do that in writing. Those are state rules. Those aren't mine. Voters may move to restrict reconsideration of an article after discussion of that article is complete. If a majority of voters support that motion, there can be no further discussion of that article. Reconsideration cannot be reversed in an SB2 town, so be sure you want to do that before you do it. And except for emergency personnel, please silence your electronic devices. So I'd like to introduce some of the folks up here. Town clerk, keeping track of everything, Kim Caracas. And up at the front table here, we have town attorney, somewhat retired, but only partly retired, Jay Whitelaw. Town administrator, John Scruton. Deputy Town Administrator Connor McIver, Select Board members George Bailey, Andrew Knapp isn't here yet, I think he's expected in bed, Don Hatch, Tracy Hardikoff, and Dan Ayer. The Advisory Budget Committee members are hiding somewhere out there in the audience. There would be Peter Royce. Stand up and wave if you're around ABC. Oh, you're right in the front. Oh, I can see you. I guess Peter isn't here. Steve Saunders, Dale Sylvia, and Brad Bowden. Brad isn't here yet either. Okay. All right. Well, select person Chairman George Bailey, I probably screwed that up, will give us a little bit of a welcome.
Good morning. I want to thank everybody for venturing out in this cold. I have just a few notes, not very many. This is direct democracy at its best as you get to consider. Sorry about that. As you get to consider and debate the key policies and decisions of the town. Today, you can amend articles, and then March 12th, you can vote by ballot on the proposals. The Select Board in Barrington recommends several major projects that are being presented this year to the voters. Current town office and storage spaces are not owned by the town, but are on a month-by-month lease. Over the past 8 years, the town has spent over $400,000 in rent. With nothing permanent to show for all that money. This year, the board is presenting 2 articles which together will fund construction of a new town hall with no impact to the tax rate. Warrant article number 4 is a bond to pay part of the cost. The interest and the principal repayment would be equal to the current cost of renting, which is $64,500. Warrant article 5 uses accumulated savings to raise the rest of the money needed to build the new $1.9 million town hall on Route 125. Both articles must pass for the rented space to be returned to the tax rolls and the town have a permanent home. After a careful lean review within the police department, the board is supporting renovations at the public safety building to address some of the most critical needs. These renovations will address safety and legal liability issues impacting the public and our employees. The town has an existing capital reserve fund of $31,000, but an additional $50,000 is needed. Article 9 raises $50,000 for that fund. We will enable the town to address this article need for the next several years. There will be no additional impact on the 2019 taxes since fund balance will be used, nor will there be any future additional costs. After years of planning and significant fundraising, the library trustees are coming forward this year with a request for a much larger new building. The $4.4 million, 13,150 square foot building will address the lack of adequate space, will address the lack of adequate space in the current building, which is about 1/3 the size of the new proposed building. The current library could then be used for the expansion of the recreation department, although there is no funding for that in this bond. The operating budget proposed will not increase your taxes. In addition, most of the warrants have little or no impact. The board has emphasized transparency this year, including videos of the meetings available 24/7 online via YouTube with a link to the past meetings on the town's webpage. The board is also encouraging people to sign up there for email notices of agendas and other information. Succession management is important, especially with the Chief Administrator Office. The Town Administrator, John Scruton, announced his retirement effective May of 2019 after 8 years serving Barrington. Connor McIver was hired by the board in July to gained first-hand knowledge and experience in Barrington and is now the Deputy Town Administrator. He has worked closely with Administrator Scruton and the department heads on many ongoing projects, including the budget process, and continues to assume additional responsibilities. Connor comes to Barrington with a Master's of Public Administration degree from the University of New Hampshire and experience in the public and private sectors. The board wishes Administrator Scruton well in his retirement and looks forward to a smooth transition of the town's Chief Administrative Office. Finally, the board wishes to thank all of the volunteers and employees who have dedicated themselves to public service as Barrington looks forward to another year. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Just a reminder to people, when you're using the mic, you need to get fairly close to it, just a few inches away, so that we can hear you. John's not off the hook yet. John Scruton will present the budget overview.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone to the deliberative session of town meeting, and you will have an opportunity to amend Articles 3 through 21. There might be a final vote by ballot on March 12th here at the middle school from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. The sign-up period just ended for the 6 vacancies. There were 6 incumbents who signed up to run again. The zoning article, which cannot be amended, is to allow conservation subdivisions where traditional subdivisions are allowed in the regional commercial. That is the district that runs along Route 4 and 125, and this article cannot be amended here. If you've got questions, though, they can be taken. The library bond. George has already mentioned briefly that there is a bond on here to replace the current library. There'll be a lot of discussion later, and Lindsay, the chairperson for the library trustees, will be making a presentation before the discussion on the library bond. The tax impact in future years, not in 2019, but in future years, would be approximately $105 a year on a $300,000 property. Then there will be a discussion of the town hall bond and the town hall capital reserve. Connor is going to lead that discussion. That is to replace the space that we currently rent. When I was first hired, my first task was to work out a lease in order to move into this building. We've been there 8 years, and the board has worked out a plan to build a new town hall without any impact on taxes in 2019 or future years. Then we get to the proposed operating budget, which is Article number 6, and the following warrant articles, which relate to specifics that the town wants to do. How do we pay for local government services that we desire? Well, you're all familiar with property taxes, which is certainly one important area. But vehicle registration is also a second important area where we generate we generate a lot of money, which is then used for helping to offset the needs of the community. Finally, we have fees for service. The building inspection fee, for example, is an example of a fee for service. The paper bag that goes to the transfer station, fees for service. So those are the ones that are primary. There is some state and federal aid. Over the last 8 years, there have been cutbacks in state and aid that's been coming to the community, but there is still a significant amount that comes between highway money and shared revenue that the state shares with the communities. This year, we will be rebuilding the bridge on Malago Road. The state is putting 80% into that red-listed bridge to get it repaired. Last year at town meeting, you approved it. That allowed us to proceed. We put it out to bid. We received the bids. We've awarded the bids, and it came in under what the appropriation was last year. The municipal tax rate history. As you can see, during the 8 years that I've been here, the tax rate for the municipal side has been quite stable. There was an apparent drop between 2016 and 17, but that was because assessments were increased an average of 8.4%. The rate dropped 8.2%, so that has continued the ability of the community to have a level municipal side tax rate. You may say, but my tax bill went up. If your tax bill went up, you're at the meeting next week that you need to go and have that discussion. Education is certainly an expensive proposition, but to tell you the truth, ignorance is a lot more expensive, so there's a reason why education is important. The other measure of financial stability, in addition to a stable tax rate, is fund balance. And there'll be a lot more discussion during this meeting on fund balance, but fund balance is basically a savings account that helps the town with cash flow and in case of emergency. I don't know if you realize it, but the property tax that you pay due July 1st is actually to cover the first 6 months of the year. So we have to have a balance on hand in order to fund the needs of the community until we collect those taxes in July. So cash flow is an important reason why a stable fund balance is important. Also, in case of emergencies, a few years back when the floods occurred, there had to be emergency repairs at the former town hall, and those were allowed by DRA, but the only way you can spend out of fund balance is either here at a meeting or with the allowance of DRA. The fund balance consists of the prior year's fund balance, to which you add the unexpended appropriation, money that you approved in 2018 town meeting that we did not spend in 2018. Unused overlay, which is there to give abatements and refunds, and audit adjustments, and also revenue that is in excess of projection. We make a projection in the summer of what the revenue that's going to be raised by the state, by the state contribution, by motor vehicles, by ambulance, land use change tax, all of those things. And if we exceed that revenue, and I tend to be very conservative in projecting revenue, that amount goes into fund balance. The fund balance from 2012 to 2018 increased almost $2 million. So we've been able to regularly increase fund balance. And at the same time, town meeting has appropriated $3.2 million in capital items over that time period for roads, trucks, vehicles, and other equipment. So fund balance has been used. Here is the history of fund balance, where it has increased from $2,557,000 to $4,470,000. I make a note in 2018, there was a $750,000 request for funds for the town hall. That failed. There is some misunderstanding that that passed and that would be available for building the town hall at this time. I want to make clear that failed, so it remained in fund balance, so the board came back to use that plus some additional funds this year. The operating budget, not counting warrant items. This is just the day-to-day needs of the community for operating. In 2018, $7,052,228 was approved. This year, the selectmen are proposing $7,124,100. That's a difference of $71,872, or 1%. The default budget, which is what the town will end up with if the operating budget is defeated by ballot vote March 12th, is actually lower because the bond for conservation was paid off and there were some other adjustments made, so the default budget is $6,817,000. If the voters defeat the operating budget, the selectmen will have to make adjustments throughout the operating budget to bring it in at $6,817,149. There is no projected impact on taxes for the increase from what the budget was in 2018 to 2019, and that is because of increases in those other revenues that I talked about. Revenue projections are higher by $284,000, so that is why the proposed operating budget, Article number 6, has no impact on 2019 taxes. General information on the operating budget. There is a 1% cost of living plus steps for those who qualify them for employees who work for the town. The succession management that George mentioned earlier in his opening remarks, there is an overlap that the Board of Selectmen felt was important for mentoring and training for the transition from myself to Connor. There is a couple of large repair projects. There's a $90,000 repair project at the Public Safety Building, for example, in which the air handling units and air conditioners need to be replaced. After 15 years, it's getting hard to get parts for them, and they are wearing out. It's like everything else in life. The operating budget lines that increased over $10,000 other than regular personnel shifts are those air handling units that I mentioned at public safety, the succession management. The transfer station disposal costs have gone up $51,000. If you've been following the news, the Chinese have stopped taking most of our recyclables. We've had to start paying instead of receiving revenue. So there is a cost that's going on at the transfer station. We don't see that ending anytime soon. There's a global nature of what is driving costs locally. Fire salary adjustments, as we continue to support the fire department, which makes a lot of ambulance calls, and ambulance calls make up a lot of what the fire department is now doing. There is an adjustment there in salaries. Last year we did not buy a police cruiser. We usually buy a police cruiser every year. Last year, because of some trading that we were able to do, we did not have to buy one, but that cruiser is back in the operating budget in 2019. The incident fund has been increased in anticipation of things that might go wrong that are unanticipated. In financial administration, we have a contract now. We've gone to Office 365. If you want to email anyone in town, it's first initial, last name at barrington.nh.gov. We have our own domain. We're no longer using accounts like AOL and Gmail and Metrocast and some of the other non-professional emails that we were using. This has much better security. It's part of trying to move the police department to being what they call CJIS compliant. We're not going to be all the way there, but it's certainly an improvement in security. Lines that decreased, I already mentioned the Conservation Commission bond repayment of almost $240,000. General assistance has gone down. The economy is doing well. The need for welfare has dropped, so we were able to reduce that line by $30,000. The line is now only about 20% of what it was during the recession. Paved roads was decreased $25,000. This is not for pavement, but for work that is done on roads that are paved roads. The amount of money in there for paving has remained consistent. Because next year only has one election compared to this year, which had several elections, there is $12,000 decrease there. We've already talked about warrant articles that are going to be funded by fund balance. The Board of Selectmen has a policy they adopted as to how to use fund balance. That fund balance is used each year for capital projects, and those capital projects are designed to spend the fund balance no lower than the midpoint of the range that's recommended by the Department of Revenue Administration, which is about 12.5%. That is a number that is large enough to ensure good cash flow. The treasurer actually made a presentation when that policy was adopted to talk about the importance of having adequate cash flow. And so, as I indicated, the fund balance has increased substantially, so we're in much solider shape now than we were in the years following the recession. Also, we've been able over the years to invest in the infrastructure of this community and to make improvements. For infrastructure, as I mentioned, fund balance, the result of unexpended appropriation, revenue in excess of projections, unused overlay, and audit adjustments, and it's a savings account to help. So let's look at where the Board of Selectmen want to invest some of that fund balance to help the infrastructure of this community. One area that we're falling behind in is maintenance on our highway equipment. Large trucks are past their expected projected life. Because of good maintenance, we've been able to keep them on the road. The grader is 29 years old, and the capital reserve fund is now down to $30,000. A new truck has been ordered. That is why I said the net balance. There is more that would appear if you're looking at the trustees' report to be there, but some of that's been committed for this truck that's been ordered. Because this is funded by fund balance, there is no net tax impact. Library technology, every year we put $3,000 aside for the library computer software and their technology plan. This article was mentioned by George, which is the work on the police station. There is a town building preservation and rehabilitation capital reserve fund that has $31,000 in it. The project, we put it out to bid last year, came in at $80,000. We'll actually break that down and put it out through subs, and we expect to be able to bring it in somewhat less than that. But there is extensive work needed in the police station to bring it into compliance with necessary standards such as juvenile separation upon arrest. We now have several women in the force. We need to have separate bathrooms. We need to have separate showers. And actually, currently we have a woman who's a sergeant and a woman who's lieutenant. So there is good diversity within the police department. We need to continue to make sure that the facility keeps up with what's happening with personnel. The Emergency Communications Capital Reserve. Radios are getting old. It's getting hard to get parts for them. We need to replace them. We're looking at an expenditure of somewhere around $250,000. We currently have $104,000 set aside. This is adding $50,000 each year, and hopefully we'll be able to raise through capital reserve, setting money aside so that when it comes time to replace the radios and the communication systems, we'll be able to do so from the capital reserve fund. Every year the town sells cemetery lots. That money goes into general revenue, ends up as fund balance at the end of the year. And traditionally what the board has done ever since I've been here is to take the value of the land sold for lot sales and put it into a fund for future expansion. You may say there's a big open field down there. Well, it's going to cost money to develop that field, to lay it out as far as where the graves go. It's also going to be that the town may want to acquire additional land as it looks to the future. There are actually two capital reserves for cemetery expansion. They currently have $130,000 in it, and what we've been doing is putting the amount of grave sales, last year it was $2,000, into that fund. The bridge culvert capital reserve, $75,000. I mentioned earlier Malago Road. There is 80% state matching funds for two projects that are currently being engineered, one on Old Settlers and one on Green Hill. The projects are estimated to total over $2.5 million, of which we would have to come up with $500,000 of local funds. There is some local work that is 100% on the town that comes out of this fund as well when we do other culverts that don't qualify for the 80% match. Currently, the balance in the two capital reserves is $413,000. Unlike the other articles that we've talked about so far, this one does have a tax impact because the board did not want to drop below the midpoint of the fund balance range. So this is up to the voters. If you're going to approve setting money aside for bridge and culvert work that's in the future and being able to leverage it so that 20% gets you 80% more, the tax impact is 7.4 cents per $1,000 of evaluation, or about $22 on a property worth $300,000. This is the other warrant article that the Board of Selectmen is bringing forward. It is for a fire truck capital reserve at $50,000. We currently have $423,000 set aside, but when we get to this article, I'm sure the chief is going to want to talk about the cost of the two trucks that we currently have in the queue to be replaced in the near future, which will exceed the amount that we've set aside. This would have a tax impact of just under 5 cents or $14.70 on a $300,000 property. The fire equipment capital reserve, we were able to use tremendous leverage on this for a grant to get all new breathing apparatus for the department. We also buy other things, thermal cameras, protective gear, hoses. There is no tax rate impact on the money that's being set aside because of the use of fund balance. I mentioned paving and paved roads earlier. This article continues a trend that's been going on for the last 7 years, which is to put aside $100,000, or in the earlier years it was $125,000 in road paving and maintenance money. This is non-lapsing, so we actually have 2 years to spend that money. Roads wear out just like equipment wears out. So this is the same request as in 2018, and because of the use of fund balance, there is no tax rate impact. There is a new warrant article, a new capital reserve that's being established. That is for the celebration of Barrington's 300th anniversary, which is coming up in 2022. It may not seem like it's coming up that quickly, but in terms of planning for it, planning has started already. There's a committee that's working on it. This is to give them some seed money and to also enable the town in future years to add to it for the celebration that will occur in 2022 for the 300th anniversary. There is a petitioned article here, which the petitioners will speak to have $30,000 set aside in either a capital reserve or an expendable trust. The article needs to be clarified. To design a bike trail, think about it going through Tamposi as the location of the area that it would be in. This is just initial seed money for design. The actual construction cost would actually be several $100,000. That's something the town may want to consider. The Board of Selectmen and the ABC did not support this article. Keno is offered by restaurants as a gambling game in some towns in the state. It needs to have local approval. All the money coming in from this goes towards all-day kindergarten statewide. Whether this passes or not does not affect the amount of money the town of Barrington gets for Keno, but it does help the statewide raise more money to go to all-day kindergarten, then distributed to all towns, whether they offer Keno or not within their borders. So passage or defeat would not change the amount of the article. There is also a petitioned article to put up signs for bicycles for a bike route. No funds were requested. There is a petition that I believe John Wallace is going to be speaking to a little later to change part of Marsh Road into a Class A trail. That enables the restriction of motor vehicles more so than on a Class 6 road. This borders or go through some of what is known as Stonehouse Forest. The Southeast Land Trust owns the land down in there, and this is at their request. Over time, the needs of the community changes, so there is some cleanup of capital reserve accounts that's needed. A couple of years ago, we thought we cleaned these up by spending them down to zero. DRA says we have to formally discontinue them. One is to renovate and upgrade the recycling building, and one is for vital record preservation. So the selectmen are asking you to help to clean up that. And with that, that completes my presentation. I believe the library is going to be next.
Pretty soon. Thanks, John. When we did introductions, I neglected myself. I'm Ron St. Jean, the new moderator. Stan is enjoying his retirement and sends his greetings to everyone. As John said, Article 1 is candidates for election, and we can't do anything about that. If you didn't sign up by yesterday afternoon, you have to wait until next year, unless you want to run a write-in campaign. Article 2 is zoning. We can't change that, but we can discuss it. If anybody requests an explanation of Article 2, we can have somebody from the planning department explain that. Does anybody want to hear that? Nobody wants that. Okay, Article 2, we'll skip over.
Ron?
Yeah. Oh, Tracy does. Okay. All right. Can we have somebody from planning? It looks like town planner Marcia Gass is headed this way.
Good morning, everyone. So The planning board has proposed one amendment for the warrant article. Currently, we allow residential development in the village district, neighborhood residential, general residential, and in the regional commercial district. They're allowed in the regional commercial district provided that there's no structure within the 500 feet of the center line of Route 125. And you follow the guidelines under the general residential zoning district. The general residential zoning district allows conservation subdivisions, but in our table of uses under regional commercial, it is not an allowed use. So there's a conflict there. So in 2 recent instances, we've had developers go to the zoning board of adjustment to ask to be able to do a conservation subdivision in the regional commercial zoning district with all the same stipulations. And in both instances, those were granted by the ZBA, and the ZBA said, this is an oversight, please fix it. So I'd be happy to take any questions anyone has.
Anybody have a question for Marcia? Tracy?
Could you just share the impact on the ease of which building could take place with a change like this?
So in a conservation subdivision, you're allowed to do the same amount of lots you would do under a traditional subdivision. You don't get any extras. So if you do a yield plan, and traditionally you could get 20 lots, that's all you would get under a conservation subdivision. It's those same 20 lots. The difference being you're allowed smaller lots, you're allowed to cluster them closer together. There's less impervious surface because you build less road. Then when the town takes it, there's less road to maintain. And most importantly, you're allowed to protect more open space on that original large lot. So you try to have a larger buffer between some of your wetlands. You try to make it contiguous with other open space. So there's some definite environmental bonuses from doing a conservation subdivision.
Will this make building on smaller lots easier so that the builders themselves do not have to come before the ZBA?
Well, it only applies to the regional commercial zoning district. So the 2 recent variances were, and the one on the development that occurred on Toll End Road, which the neighborhood supported, that had a second variance to it because it was on an existing town road. But all those houses, you will notice, are set far back, and that's because of a 100-foot buffer that we have around conservation subdivisions. The second one has to do with the remaining 212 acres that was owned by the Heathcott family off Route 125, where the lot that is being proposed to be given to or sold to the town for $1 is located. So in that instance, it would allow him to do conservation subdivision and build a lot less roadway that would have taken place, and creates a lot of open space.
Wouldn't it still be allowed, though, if this doesn't pass, wouldn't it still be allowed? They just need to come before the ZBA?
Yes, the thing with the zoning board of adjustment is when you start seeing the same request for a variance, that usually is an indication that you need to fix your ordinance, because they never denied it. So they see it as an inconsistency in the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Marcia? If not, we'll move along to the next article. Okay, Article 3, the library bond. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $4,424,876 for the purpose of construction of a new library, including, but not limited to, building construction, site work, architectural fees, engineering, permitting, inspection, furniture, commissioning, and other expenses to occupy the building. $3,992,641 of such sum to be raised through the issuance of bonds or notes under and in compliance with the Municipal Finance Act RSA 33:1 et sec, which means in what follows, if you're a Latin scholar, as amended, and $432,235 from the Barrington Library Foundation. To authorize the Select Board to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project. To authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver said bonds and notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof. And to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. A 3/5 majority is required. This is recommended unanimously 4-0 by the Select Board and by the Advisory Budget Committee. There's no impact on the amount to be raised by 2019 property taxes by passage of this article, but there is a commitment to make payments in future years that will increase property taxes in those years approximately 35 cents per thousand, or $105 a year on a $300,000 property.
Move the motion for Article 3.
Okay, we have a second? Second. Tracy seconds. Okay. Library Trustee Chairperson Lindsay Maziarz has a presentation. You're welcome to come up and do that now. She'll tell us about the building.
Can I move this? Good morning. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Okay. As the moderator stated, my name is Lindsay Maziarz, and I have the pleasure of serving as the chair of the Barrington Public Library Board of Trustees, and I'm here to speak to the proposed bond request for the new public library and community center. The time has come. The Barrington Library has been housed in the metal building on Ramsdale Lane for the past 46 years, initially shared with the then Town Hall and Police Department. In 2000, the library expanded into and renovated the entire top floor of the 3,700 square foot area, which is 1/3 the size recommended for a town with Barrington's population. Currently in this space, we are not meeting the needs of our residents, as the population has quadrupled since 1973 and is expected to exceed 10,000 in just 3 years' time. The library team has done careful, thorough research and preparation to bring this warrant article before the town. In 2017, we did a town-wide feasibility study showing overwhelming support for a new library and community center that would meet multiple needs of the diverse age of the townspeople. This is the first time we've brought this to you all, and that was purposeful. We've worked tirelessly to design and incorporate specifically what residents have prioritized as needs. These needs have also been laid out in the town's capital improvement program. They've been and approved by the Select Board. We wanted to come before you all when we were 100% ready with our research plan and monetary figures. I think it's important to share that this has been a team effort now that began over 10 years ago. Our Library Board of Trustees have been working closely with the Library Foundation, which is a nonprofit that was formed by community members to be the fundraising arm to get our project off of the ground. The foundation has raised $472,526 in 1 year's time. This is a historical moment. This is a historical moment for our town. This effort has been unprecedented. The Barrington Library Director and staff have played vital roles in this as well, identifying needs and being a part of the building committee. The community volunteers that have invited us into their homes for cultivation events have donated financially and with in-kind services. Community businesses have sponsored rooms, made financial donations, and are hosting events to continue to fundraise money and to spread the word to local townspeople. SMP Architecture, who has deep experience in library construction, was hired on to help us in 2008 when this project initially started. They have carefully planned this building to meet the needs of our specific community. Lastly, our building committee, which is made up of library trustees, the library director, foundation members, as well as community members who are rich in experience in constructing town buildings, have hired Bowen Corporation out of Meredith, New Hampshire, to serve as our construction management firm. Bowen is committed to working with local contractors and subcontractors, as they believe, as we do, that our town has many talented people that should be involved in this project. So why? As you all know, we have more than outgrown the space in our library. It's cluttered, dark, outdated, and is no longer working for our town. Our current space does not meet ADA compliancy. Our stacks are 7 feet high and go all the way to the floor, making it nearly impossible for many patrons to reach the books that they desire. Our rows end, and they are too narrow to fit wheelchairs and strollers. The new building will obviously have these things worked out. Where we are now, our collections cannot grow without removing other books and media. In our current space, we have one private room to serve many functions. That room fits 30 people, which we know from our programming statistics is not big enough. We don't have any quiet study rooms. With the rec below, if you go to the library and can find a spot at one of the back tables, you often hear the noise which is coming from below. Currently, our programming room is also the children's room, but if a meeting is taking place, the door gets closed and children cannot come into their space. We can do better. The Barrington Public Library staff currently sit in a 12 by 12 space where there are only 4 seats and workstations for the 6 employees. Then the director's office is also the server room where all of the computer systems are located, and the kitchen and staff room does not get used for sitting and eating, as there is no space in the room as it is being used as storage. We have heard time and time again how our town would benefit from a community center. Since we live in a rural area, it is hard to gather, meet new people, and foster relationships. The new library and community center will be just that, a place for our residents of all ages to come together for programming as well as lifelong learning. The seniors and parents in our community have expressed a great need for this. The Barrington ECLC, where our children learn to love to read, does not have a library in their building. Our preschool and kindergarten students have a schedule with the public library where they bring classrooms over every day of the week to have literacy time and to check out materials to supplement their work. We have a great homeschool population in this community, and they very much utilize our library to supplement their educational needs. And lastly, when the library moves into the new location, the current space will free up room for other departments to use. So just a little statistics for you all. In 2018, we had 84,965 pages that were circulated. We offered 540 programs, which had 10,323 attendees. We also had to turn away many programs and had to look for other space in the town at least 7 times to hold programs because our space did not fit them. As you all know, the summer reading program is very popular in the town, and 3,801 of us are library card users in the town, which is 39%. We heard you. For those of you that came, we had community meetings in the fall. We held 2 of them, and we presented our ideas and we listened to yours. We, from that meeting, went back and worked closely with Bowen Corporation to find efficiencies and maximize the value. We value engineered our project. We reduced the size and scope to 13,120 square foot. And we reduced our bond amount at that time, as well as we made sure to continue to have durable, energy-efficient construction. So, let's imagine. This is the view from Route 9. The new building, like I just stated, would be 13,120 square feet. The playground and the rec fields are to the right, east of the proposed site. A welcoming entry. This is the main entrance from the lower parking lot. There are several entry points for those of all abilities. There's plenty of parking, something that I know many folks struggle with our current space. Currently, we have 12 spaces at our library. We've slated for 50 in the new building. Ooh, sorry. We have a conceptual floor plan, and I know it's very difficult to see. There is a board over where you checked in if you feel as though you need to get closer to see it. So just to point out a few things, that this is still a concept. The final layout and details will be determined by the building committee following the bond approval. specifically to point out that there is a community room that can hold up to 100 people, and it can be divided into 2 rooms. This space is also separate from the main library. It can be locked off so that we can have community meetings and such after hours. There's a specific boardroom we're calling the Barrington Room, and that sits 12 people. We also have small study rooms for interviews, exam administration. We have a craft and a maker space for children's story times and the ECLC library visits. Very important to point out that there are 2 entrances to this new building. The front one that I showed you that would be access for anyone who would like to come in, but there also is a back room. In the children's corner, there's a door that will be used for the ECLC to get in. That way the children don't have to walk all the way down and through the parking lot. That's quite a long ways and is obviously not very safe. So that back door will be used as an access point for the ECLC students. And in regards to the collections and materials, you see that each age group has their own space. The adults are in the front of the building with nice big windows near the cafe, which is a self-serve coffee station. Then the young adult space for the teens, which flows to the juvenile area and all the way into the children's corner. Each of these spaces have been designed to meet the needs of that age group. For example, we purposely placed the children in the back corner to enhance safety and reduce noise, which is something reported in our feasibility study. A nice, bright, open interior. Flowing, open, light, warm, placed in such a way that will maximize our sun exposure. It's important to all of us that this new building lasts and can sustain serving our ever-growing population. So what will it cost? As it was stated by the moderator, and I believe someone else up here, the total cost of the project is $4,424,876. Offset by private donations is $432,235, which leaves the bond amount to the taxpayer's responsibility of $3,992,641. The library trustees committed to the town that the bond would not exceed $4.5 million. We carefully came to the $3.9 million number by going through the budget and taking into consideration how much the foundation had raised at the time of our application. Since the application, the foundation has raised even more. The fundraising total is now $472,526, which is $40,291 more than when we applied. This means that all of the fundraising that we do, we can pull down less from the bond. It should be noted that the foundation has no intention to stop fundraising once the bond passes. Given the information that we have from the New Hampshire Municipal Bond Bank, the calculations, as then repeated, on a $300,000 value home is looking at approximately $106 a year, or just under $9 a month. So from that, you can do the math to base your home property value and what would it affect your taxes. Lastly, in the prudent planning, we have built in a $450,000 contingency line, so whatever is unused would go back to the taxpayers. And we are looking at this being a 15-year loan. Timeline. Obviously, we have the vote March 12th at BMS. Groundbreaking on the new building would begin in fall of 2019. Construction would take about 10 months for a late 2020 grand opening. People asked why we would start groundbreaking in the fall and not start in the summer when it's so warm. We wanted to make sure that everyone that attends the rec programming in the summer were completely unaffected by the building and the machines, etc. So we have worked diligently to create a space for the community and build a building that will last for 50 years. The building will allow us to gather as a community and use the library in the traditional sense, but also open us up to new and exciting programming that we aren't currently able to do. Also remember, the library offers many resources to our community members other than programming and books. They supply us with audiobooks, DVDs, Blu-rays, museum passes to local and regional museums, free Wi-Fi, the use of the technology, and those are just the tangible things. We would like to hear from you. You're more than welcome to join a board. Come to a trustees meeting, which are located at the library on the third Tuesday of the month. Like us on Facebook, and follow us on Twitter, for those of you that are on Twitter. And please keep informed. And these are the different ways that you can do that. As obviously, we reported the fundraising total has jumped. You can continue to find out what's going on these places. And that is the presentation.
If you have any questions, particularly on the building that Lindsay would need to answer, let's have those first, and then we can go to a general discussion of this article. So anybody have any building questions for Lindsay? Dan?
At one of the meetings on the cost, did you recover the interest on the bond? You were like 3.7, and the appraisals for 4. But I didn't.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
On the bond,
Yeah.
what interest rate did you use?
What interest rate did we use? I believe we used a conservative one, 3.5.
But the rate hasn't been set yet.
The rate hasn't been set. We were just in touch with the municipal bond bank, who let us know that their January sale went extremely well, and I believe their interest rate went to 2.5. So we're using the 3.5 rate to be conservative.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Anything else for Lindsay?
Excellent.
Okay, any comments from the select board?
I just would ask everybody to support the library. It's a benefit to the town. It's something we've needed for years. And coming in tonight, this morning, I was handed a pin to wear, but I won't put it on until after I get off the camera. But I ask everybody to get one and wear one and support the library. Thank you.
Tracy?
I think one of the important things to consider when we're considering a new library community center, it's very easy for many of us to picture the world through the lens in which we live it. We may have Wi-Fi at home, we may have access to employment counseling, we may have needs where the impact on this library doesn't necessarily matter much to our household. There are some people that it does matter to. More importantly, in my mind, is that the library allows access to all people for Wi-Fi, for applying for services needed within the community. It allows people to receive resume drafting coaching, or it allows them to learn how to apply for jobs on Indeed.com. I'm not getting paid by Indeed, by the way. It levels the playing field for those of us who do not have the capacity to access these things on a daily basis. And so when we look at this library and we may think, I don't want to spend $100 a year on a building. Understand that you're living in a community, and that community impact, while it may matter to some people, and I absolutely understand that, the outcome of what this will provide to your community has a return on investment that many of us cannot begin to understand.
Okay, does the ABC have any comment? Nope. Okay, any other comments from the floor on this article? Yes, Marie? Over here. I saw Marie first, so you can be next.
I'm looking in the wrong direction.
Sorry.
Somebody want to go instead? It's fine.
Go right ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to take a few minutes.
Marie, identify yourself, please.
Excuse me, Marie Harris, Lois Lane. Just a very few minutes to give a shout out to the extraordinary number of people, organizations, and businesses who in the last year have contributed their time, their money, and their in-kind services. It's historic. There's no record in this town, and I would venture to say in many others in New Hampshire, of this amount of private money and volunteer time going toward a public building. I'm going to just quickly tell you the businesses in this town that have given us money, services, or promotions. Federal Savings Bank, TurboCam, Nippo Lake Golf Course and Rochester Country Club, Emmanuel Insurance, Edward Jones Investments, Cozy's Pizza, Caleb's Country Store, Seacoast Energy Alternatives, Irving Oil, The Village Barn, Market Basket, Ram Printing, Applewood Family Dentistry, Blue Water Marine, Stonewall Engineering, Caleb Highway Auto, Ellen McCable and Noni Morrison, SMP Architects, The Speed of Sound, and so many private citizens who've donated and volunteered hundreds and hundreds of hours. We could not have begun and been so successful with any of this without the incredible guidance and leadership of our consultant, Sandy Mitchell, and the letters of support that have come in from the PTA, from the Education Department, from the Barrington Storm Soccer Club, Conservation Commission, Barrington Bloomers, the Women's Club, Blue Water Marine. It has been an extraordinary community effort, and I just want to thank everybody now, and also to please encourage everyone you know to come out and vote on March 12th, yes, for Article 3, because that's the key. Thank you so much.
James Shaw, I live on Barry River Road, Rome Hell. I'm in opposition to this library, and I'd like to ask the select board to also go in opposition to this library. If it has to impact anybody's taxes whatsoever, especially those of the elderly in this community. You take a look, and I'm just learning this for myself because I'm getting to that point where I'm going to be completely and totally on a limited income in less than 2 years. And looking at what my mother had before she passed away, she had an income from Social Security that was totaling $1,500 a month. You take that kind of money, and if you're just one person in a household, you try to start doing the deductions from that. You're looking at medical costs. You get Social Security, but they're going to take $150, $200 right off the top, so you get that less in your paycheck. And you're going to pay an additional supplemental medical because that's not covered. You don't have dental, you don't have vision, you don't have hearing. All these things now become out of your pocket. And the pocket gets really, really slow, really low by the end of the month, not just a year. To add $105 to the taxes for anybody in that category is a lot of money. You know, just to go to a dentist for me, because I'm now in the retired category, is $167 twice a year. If I can afford to do it. I had to skip it last year, once. You know, I really have no opposition to this library as long as it can go through without impacting the taxes one bit. Or if you want to impact the taxes of the supposedly 1/3 of the people who use that library. I'm thinking that that 1/3 is a really high figure. You know, we only have less than 10,000 people in this town. And she said something like the number of library card holders. I have a library card, so does my wife. We haven't been anywhere close to that library except passing by it on Route 9 in about 10 years. You know, I just didn't think that with 10,000, less than 10,000 employees, that library is worth our money at this time. They want to continue to raise funds to build this library. I think that's a great thing for them to do. You know, almost $500,000 is an impressive figure to raise. But I think they can try to use those funds with some additional funds to find and build a space or renovate a space that would meet the needs of the Barrington residents who want a better library, but also meet the needs of the Barrington residents who cannot afford or would not like to afford to pay an additional $105 per year in taxes in a town that taxes are already higher than most of our communities. You know, I saw something just this morning on the Barrington Connections. This one woman is paying $5,100 a year. She's complaining about that for a 1,000 square foot house. Seriously, my house is even less than that. You know, the tax rate in this town is high. Yes, I know, this town is one of the largest by square foot in the state of New Hampshire from what I'm told, but we cannot continue to impact our residents additional taxpayer funds to do something that, in my opinion, we can figure out a better way of doing it. And just think of the elderly, please. You guys in the select board, think of the elderly. You know, these two of you are in my age category. You know, think of the elderly. You know, yeah, I'm gray hair too. But think of the elderly. There's a lot of money that we don't have anymore. Working on, you know, my Social Security, $1,400 a month. You know, and you start taking away from that, dental, medical, stuff like that, and then gas, and groceries, whatever. It goes down real fast. $100 means a lot to people in my category. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I guess I'm a little too close. My name is Matt Town. I live on Ayers Lake in address Stillwater Way.
What's your last name, please?
Town, T-O-W-N-E.
Thank you.
So I stand in today, and I stand here in strong support of this new library. We have to consider that if we do not build this library, there is still going to be a cost. And that cost is very difficult to measure, but it is real nonetheless. The cost will be borne by people who cannot access the internet because they cannot afford it at home. The cost will be that the Early Learning Center and other public school activities will not have a library resource in its new vision, the new emboldened form. As a legislator, I can tell you that there are many bills coming before the legislature that will fortify and serve to move the educational process in New Hampshire forward. Barrington needs to step up and do that part as well. I would tell you that both of our children were educated in local schools in Rochester, and somebody in Rochester over the years built those services that my children, my wife's children, used extensively. Now it's time for us to do the same for the children that follow us. We have no children right now in the Barrington system, and we wholeheartedly support the $100, $105 that be used from us to support this library. Thank you.
Hello, Matt Cachaluba from Wellington Way.
Can you spell your last name? I'm sure they didn't.
Absolutely, it's K-A-C-H-A-L-U-B-A. So I'm typically one of the more budget hawk types. When I first heard about the town library, I said, well, we have a great library. My daughter loves it. I had a lot of questions about it. My first question is, could it be done cheaper? And I had a lot of questions for the library board about ways that we could do this,
Stay close to the mic.
I'm sorry. Ways that we could do this with a little bit, more value conscious in mind. When I learned that an expansion of the current facility is not possible, I understood. I got comfortable with the plan. Then my attention turned to, well, what's in it for the seniors of this community? Because I recognize the gentleman's concern completely. I have neighbors and good friends on fixed income. My mother was on a fixed income. I completely understand that $105 is no small ask. What I will say is that the return on this investment is more than just for the kids in the community, more for the people that aren't using their library cards now. I do not myself have a library card. My wife goes and she does for the kids. But what I found upon asking is that the seniors are using the library and they could be using it more for gathering spaces, for mahjong meetings, for access to senior services. A lot of seniors in the community don't have Wi-Fi. They don't understand how it works. They can get these computer services and help in the community. I'm not saying that $105 on a $300,000 house is peanuts. What I am saying is that there are options that people have when they're looking at their tax bill. I understand that there's a strong program in New Hampshire that seniors can defer portions of their tax bill on property that they own, that the state will work with them to put that onto their house. There are options. There are senior programs that people can save money. These are all things that we have to consider. I absolutely understand that $105 is nothing. I mean, I wouldn't want to be asked to pay for it myself. I mean, I understand. what we get for the community, what the seniors get in return, maybe not personally, maybe not every person in the community is going to use it, but there is something for seniors here. I asked about that. I recognize that concern, and I wasn't a supporter of the library now I'm a strong supporter of the library. So please vote for this.
Where's the mic?
You can take it off the stand if it's...
Help her, please.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Milagros Redfeather. I live in Barrington on Route 9. And I understand about being an elder, because I am an elder, and about taxes being high, and they just keep coming up. And we could discuss this for like a whole week, you know. But the thing that my daughter does not live in Barrington, but she pays to come to the Barrington Library, because the Barrington Library has so many programs. Our grandchildren are homeschooled. I see, when we go to the library, I see all these children with Miss Wendy being read to, introduced to books, further their education. Books take you all over the world. As a minority, it is a way to further our education, and that we can have options to go to colleges, better education. And I think that that's how important a library is. For people, even of low income, the doors are open. They will walk you to all kinds of programs. They will encourage you to read. They will encourage you to go beyond what you think is your limit, as I watch them working with the children. Yes, I'm worried about taxes, but I think our youth, their future is important, and a library is a way to increasing their education. And it's also a place where my husband and I have gone and enjoyed programs for ourselves that they've offered. And so I hope that people do vote for it. I've seen them work really hard to achieve this. Thank you.
Sam, hold off 1 second. George?
Thank you. I would just like to address the issue of availability programs the state and town has for the elderly and for everyone. If an individual has a desire to use or to inquire about these programs, we have individuals that will speak to you in private and will help you along with this, so it would ease the burden, not necessarily for oil, heat, and everything else. And I would suggest that if you have the need for it, that you would set up an appointment and talk to one of these individuals in the town hall. Thank you. Sam, Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Sam Bodek, 34 Stanley Lane. First, I want to say thank you to my fellow citizens who have come out today just to take part in this deliberative session. In his influential book, The Great Good Place, Ray Oldenburg wrote about 3 places that we all encounter in our daily lives. To clarify, Oldenburg calls a person's first place the home, and those that a person lives with. The second place is the workplace, where people may actually spend most of their time. Third places, then, are our anchors of our community, and facilitate and foster broader, more creative interaction. In other words, your third place is where you relax in public, where you encounter familiar faces and make new acquaintances. Examples of third places would include environments such as churches, cafes, clubs, parks, and yes, public libraries. Oldenburg argues that third places are important for civil society, democracy, civic engagement, and establishing feelings of sense of place. My fellow citizens of Barrington, our public library is a place for those young and old of all means to grow, to learn, and to be inspired. Looking to the future, we need a larger space. Please support Article 3. Thank you.
Yes, I'm John Wallace, France Road. I just want to speak to one specific aspect. I mean, I'm a supporter of the library in many, many ways, but For many years now, I've been chair of the Conservation Commission in town, and one of the problems we often have is finding a place to meet. We have, by and large, been able to meet at the elementary school, but during the summer it's closed down, and we have to scramble. Last couple of years, we managed to find the American Legion, because one of our commissioners is a member, has managed to give us a space there, but occasionally that doesn't work. A couple times we've been forced to actually, at the last minute, have a meeting out at Millows, which is very nice of them to let us do our meetings in that spot. But the aspect of the library, this community room, public space, accessible after hours, is one that would really make life a lot easier for us. We could keep a lot of our relevant materials there rather than have to scramble. So this is just one specific angle of the new library that I very much am in support of, although as I say, I support all of it and encourage everyone to vote yes.
Follow the tall guys. Ray Bisson, Hall Road. The one thing I want to just point out is that if you have not been to the library...
I should like you to spell your last name, please.
Oh, B-I-S-S-O-N. Okay. If you have not been to the library in the last couple of years, or in, as Mr. Shaw said, he has not been there for 10 years, you should really contact the library about maybe doing a tour. I'm sure they'd be glad to show you around and show you the constraints that they are working with. We have used the library for many years for our kids. We have gone to many programs ourselves, and it is a great asset to the community. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Don Cochran, that's C-O-C-H-R-A-N-E. I'm on Stone Farm Road. Yeah, as a former resident of Barrington, living on Lone Pine Circle, when my kids were small, you know, we did take advantage of the summer reading program through the library.
Let me interrupt. Are you a resident now?
I am. Stone Farm Road, sir.
Okay. All right. It sounded like you said you were a former resident.
I said former resident of Lone Pine Circle.
Okay, thank you.
I've lived in Barrington for quite a while. Yeah, I just like to point out, you know, I'm not opposed to the library, really, right? And we're talking about $8 a month here. So what I'd like to point out, a couple things, and I'm really here for more information as well. I mean, you brought up the fact that the library is going on Route 9, but where is it going on Route 9? Can you provide some more information about where it's actually going to be located? Okay. And
the location is where the town offices used to be, on right close to where the library is now.
So really where it is now?
Yeah, pretty close to there.
Yeah.
Where the old middle school used to be.
Sure.
It's our physical town center.
Yep, understood. So we also mentioned recreation fields. So what's the impact on our recreation fields? And is this, I mean, is there any improvements that are going to be going on in association with with this community center library associated with our sporting fields in the town as well? Do we have any idea about that?
Someone else can speak to that in a minute.
Please, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm almost done. So
ask all your questions and we'll
I only have really one more. You know, those, like I said, it was just kind of, you know, I think a few things were left out from the original presentation like that. I was also curious, you know, one of the things we're mentioning is Wi-Fi, access to Wi-Fi for people in the town. So, you know, of course, one of our concerns with our residents on fixed incomes, you know, is their ability to be able to have living on a fixed budget and their money they have for various things. So do we really understand when we're talking about Wi-Fi, you know, access here at the library, exactly what we're talking about? I mean, how many systems are we providing for people? How many computers? What is the throughput planned for the library? So how many people are going to adequately be able to actually use Wi-Fi at any given time? I mean, if we're talking about school programs during the summer where kids are needing access, I mean, I didn't really hear a lot of mention. We say Wi-Fi, but you know, just because you say you're providing Wi-Fi doesn't really mean anything unless you say how many people you're really going to be able to provide that for. I mean, for instance, if we were able to provide Wi-Fi in this facility for 50 people, you know, besides what normal programs would have adequate throughput for that many people, well then maybe that $8 is a pretty reasonable investment for people on a fixed income as opposed to maybe $20 to $50 a month for internet access. And things like this, are good offsets for people that maybe are on fixed budgets and don't have very much money to spend. But anyways, just saying the word Wi-Fi is kind of an innocuous statement, right? So anyways, that's...
You're getting into details that are a little more specific than
Sure.
what level of design is at right now.
I understand, but if you're talking about somebody spending $8 a month out of their pocket, you might want to know what the other money they're spending in their budget is, right, on a day-to-day basis. If you can guarantee that enough of our fixed income people in this town are going to have access to this Wi-Fi, then maybe that makes it a little bit easier for them to bear that burden of that $8 a month. Thank you. That's it for me.
Let Lindsay give a quick response to those questions.
Sure, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, for explaining that this is still, those are very detailed questions for this point in the project. But I can tell you that there will be no impact to the rec field. Obviously, while we're building, there will be things happening, but afterwards, we're not touching the rec fields. We're not messing with them, sorry. Currently, our Wi-Fi supports currently there are 3,000 logins a month on our Wi-Fi. And in the summer, it goes up to 8,000. Our goal is to be able to have the Wi-Fi extended to the playground and the rec fields. So that would obviously encourage folks that are there with their kids to use it. It will also extend to the parking lot, which we do know that currently lots of folks will come before work even when the library isn't open and sit outside and use it. So that would still be able to happen as well. I encourage you to continue to bring your questions, and we'd love to hear more input. But some of those things are just so detailed that right now we really can't answer. But I hope that's helpful.
I am Chris Dundorf on McDaniel Shore Drive. So over the past years, there certainly have been efforts to reduce taxes in town and to at least to decrease the rate of tax increases.
Speak a little louder, please, Chris.
Sure. And these efforts have been very helpful for many people who are on fixed incomes and who are concerned about how much we're paying for taxes. And at first, when I heard about this project, I thought about it as this is yet a new building that we don't really need. How much do we really need this library? We have one, but as I learned more about it, I started to see the value that will come with this new project. I think the main question for me is what kind of town do we want to create for our people, for our children, for the families who are here. And it really comes down to things like with teachers, if we give them competitive pay, we tend to get better. We tend to get better teachers. And I see that at the library is similar in this way. If we have something for young people to come to, what type of people will we want to attract? What type of people will we be able to attract to this town? The type of families that we want, the type of people that we want living here. Also, myself, I have 2 children who are now adults. They are leaving the area and they may not be coming back. So what are things that we can do to make a space that people want to come back to? And to the point about the cost, it is difficult when we don't have an income tax. We tend to have higher taxes for sure, but if you're living, say, in a property that's $175,000, this project is only about $5 per month. So it's only 2 cups of coffee a month. So I think that the value that we have here is really quite excellent. So I urge voters to really think about the type of families and peoples that we want to attract to the town, and to vote based upon that.
I'm Roger Gingrich, and I live at 32 Peabody Way here at Barrington.
You'll have to lift it up a little bit, Roger.
Sorry. So Roger Gingrich at 32 Peabody Way, and I stand before you as town citizens, as select board, in great support of this Article 3 and the building of the new
Roger, keep the mic close. It's hard to hear you.
The new Barrington Public Library and Community Center. I would just like to remind everyone that when we talk about the cost to the individual citizen, that it's prorated to the assessed value of the property you live in. So easily it comes off our tongues that it's $105 that it's going to cost us per year. But it's prorated to the cost of what you live in. So you live in a $300,000 house, that's the cost to you. What I'd like to do, though, is to look beyond the cost at the worth of this center to the city of Barrington. Ms. Hardikoff and others have referred to return on investment and or value to the city. And I would say that we tend to focus in these budget considerations on the cost, but there's a worth or a return on investment and value to the members of this community. One sage individual who's already spoken this morning said something like, education, which is what a library is all about, is expensive, but ignorance is much more expensive. And I think that's worth remembering. It'd almost be the moniker for a library. I'd like, though, to cite another individual who's a sociologist at NYU and has written a book about libraries. He called that book, it was published in 2018, called that book Palaces for the People. That was a phrase that Andrew Carnegie in the late 1800s, who built about 1,700 libraries across the country, referred to libraries as palaces for the people. And the sociologist who's studied libraries and their worth has entitled his book that. What he's found is that libraries are part of a city's social infrastructure. We talk a lot about the physical infrastructure. This is social infrastructure. It's that sort of thing that holds people together, that improves relationships that people have with one another. A more friendly place, a more usable place, a much more resilient place. And he cites in that book, which, by the way, you can get at the Barrington Public Library, he cites in that book a study that was published in 2018 out of Harvard that looked at one other very important outcome of libraries and the way they support social infrastructure. Communities that have very good libraries and have a high level of social infrastructure are communities that have a much lower incidence of opioid addiction and opioid deaths. And that's a published study in a peer-reviewed journal. That's part of the worth that I think we're talking about here this morning, and obviously is very relevant to our state. So I would like to support this and to say that it not only has a cost, but it has a worth, and that worth is priceless. Thank you.
I would like to remind everybody that this is just to amend the article. If anyone wanted to change it, it appears just about everybody is speaking in favor of this. This is going to go forward for a ballot vote unless there is a change to it. So we've got 20 other articles to go forward through.
I would just like to read a letter of support. My name is Lydia Cupp. I live on Cahoon Way in Barrington. My youngest daughter, Alexis, she was born 27 and a half years ago on our moving day to Barrington. She's currently living in Beijing, China. She's a teacher there, and she just wanted to make sure to write a letter of support. So I'm just going to read her letter. I've grown up with the Barrington Library. When I was young, I remember getting my first library card. I was so proud that the librarian let me sign my name myself, even though the letters were huge and messy and didn't fit on the line. Back then, the library shared its space with the police department, and despite being cramped, it still was able to invoke my competitive spirit during the summer book reading contest. In high school, I worked at the Barrington Rec Camp, where we would bring our campers there to the newly created children's area. Not only was it a respite from the often hot days, but also provided a relaxing time to listen to one of the librarians read us a chapter book. Later still, I would come home from college and I would take out books on hiking, crocheting, and travel. Now even living abroad, I use the online library and enjoy reading book after book. Many of my U.S. friends are so jealous. They can't believe that my town library has such amazing resources at my disposal. It is not an overstatement when I say that the Barrington Public Library has inspired and nurtured my love of reading. The library has provided so much for me and for this town over the years. It seems obvious that it is time to let it grow and evolve into the next step. With so little, the library has done so much. I am excited to think of what this library could do with the proper amount of space and support it deserves. This is why I support the funding for the new Barrington Public Library.
Let's try to keep comments brief before we start losing people who get hungry. We have much more to do. So if you have something that hasn't been brought up yet, we'd welcome those kinds of comments.
That's just what I was thinking.
Excellent.
I'm Ken Grossman. I live on Scruton Pond Road. I think at this point we're preaching to the choir. I've been listening to the applause meter, and Mr. Scruton is right. Most of the people in this room are strongly in favor of the library, as well they should be. But we're maybe 200 people in this room. A lot more people have to vote on it. And if you noticed, it needs a 60% vote. 58% loses. So go tell your neighbors, maybe some strangers, and let's get the vote out and pass this thing.
Hi, my name's Andy Blaze. That's B as in Bravo, L-A-I-S. And I'll try to make this quick and along the lines of perhaps amending or whatever suggestion. But my thought is, and I'm sure the board, the library people have already thought about this, but maybe the public hasn't really thought about it. I'm not sure. Is there a possibility that the library could be done in phases? I mean, it sounds stupid maybe, but at the other end, you know, if somebody has problems with the cost, it might help to get it going. Just curious. Anybody have an answer for that?
Well, we'll let Lindsay take one more shot at it, and I think we will move on. Okay?
Great.
Real quickly, Lindsay.
I mean, I think that that's something that was potentially considered, but not an option for what we're going for and how we've carefully planned this out. I don't think that that's something that would work, especially considering thinking about a move of a library and all of the steps that go into building this space. It isn't really, wouldn't be cost effective, and I also don't think it would actually be a possibility with the library specifically. Thanks.
Okay, last call on Article 3.
Call the question. Thank you.
Okay, since there are no amendments, Article 3 will appear on the ballot as written.
Mr. Moderator, I move a charter weeks on Bond Road. I move that Article 3 not be brought for reconsideration at this meeting.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. You all understand that means we can't bring this up again, right? Okay. Who seconded? Julian? Okay. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. All
All those opposed? Okay, that passes. This will not be reconsidered. Article 4, Town Hall Bond to replace rented space. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $875,000 for the purpose of construction of a town hall to replace leased spaces, including but not limited to building construction, site work, architectural fees, engineering, permitting, inspection, furniture, commissioning, and other expenses to occupy the building. $875,000 of such sum to be raised through the issuance of bonds or notes under and in compliance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33:1, et sec, as amended, to authorize the select board to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, to authorize the select board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver said bonds and notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the select board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. A 3/5 majority required. Recommended unanimously, 4-0 by the select board and 3-0 by the ABC. There's no impact on the amount to be raised by 2019 or future property taxes by the passage of this article, given the savings in rent and taxes for the rented buildings being replaced. We have a motion?
Motion to move.
Tracy seconds, okay? And Connor, you have a presentation on the building, right?
Mr. Moderator, if you'd like to read Article 5 as well, this proposal covers both of those articles.
Let's just deal with one at the same time. I think people can remember what you say about.
No problem. So thank you. My name is Connor McIver, the Deputy Town Administrator, and I'll be providing the information on the Town Hall proposal. So this year, the Select Board worked diligently to prepare a thoughtful Town Hall proposal which meets the needs of the town with no tax impact. And as I stated, this proposal includes both Article 4 and Article 5, which I'll get into further in a minute. So just real quickly, the quick facts of this proposal. It's a $1.9 million building that's being proposed to replace rented space. It's comprised of 2 articles, a bond, which needs 60% approval, similar to the library bond, and a capital reserve from fund balance, which needs 50% approval. And this is important. Both articles must pass for this project to proceed. So the building will be less than 10,000 square feet, and that's based on an updated space needs analysis. It will be located on 6 acres of free land, or to the cost of the town for $1, that will be easy to develop. This is along 125, about a quarter-mile north of the current town hall. And most importantly, this proposal is structured in a way to have no tax impact. And so essentially it uses money that the town has saved and is available, which is Article 5, and a loan, which is Article 4. And the repayments for that loan are structured to equal the money the town is spending right now renting the space that we have. So now I'll just provide a few more specific details. So the current town hall has been rented space since August of 2011. Currently the town is in a month-to-month lease in that building. We pay about $65,000 per year in rent, off-site storage, and taxes. And since 2011, since the town's been in that building, we've spent $411,000 renting that space. So, as many of you know, the voters have been asked on numerous occasions to support various town hall proposals, and this slide indicates a few of those. So at the start of this past year, the Select Board set as their first goal to address the space needs of the town hall. And moving forward from the previous failed attempts, the Select Board worked diligently to develop a cost-effective, design-build approach to building the town a new town hall. And again, most importantly, they've done it in a way that proposes a town hall that's fully funded with no tax impact. So as for the location, so over the summer, the town was offered a 6-acre lot along 125 by a developer, as you can see here. This lot is a quarter-mile from the current town hall, just north on 125, and it's part of a 212-acre development project that's being proposed. So the developer was transparent with the board, explaining that he's willing to give the land to the town because a municipal building would be a draw and could potentially increase the value of other commercial and residential lots. And so you see the rented town hall and then the 6-acre lot with a star in it that shows the proposed location for the town hall, Article 4 and Article 5. So this is a topography that shows that lot, and it shows that it's flat, it's large, and it has over 3 buildable acres. So unlike some other town-owned land, this lot would be cost-effective to develop, given the terrain and other limited constraints, the constraints that might exist on other town-owned land. So this is a conceptual rendering of that same lot. So the purpose of this, it just goes to show a 10,000 square foot building, how much space would that take up on the lot? And the important thing to keep in mind that there would be plenty of room on this lot for additional municipal buildings in the future. And the outline of another 10,000 square foot building can be seen on the conceptual rendering, just beside the conceptual rendering of the town hall. So further discussing the plan, aside from having no tax impact, this proposal is most different from previous town hall attempts because it's a design-build proposal. And so this is a popular, cost-effective approach to building municipal infrastructure by hiring one company for the entire process from design through construction. The town has previously spent on those attempts over $300,000 on architectural plans and designs for a town hall. So this board is planning to take those valuable designs and plans and say, we know what we need, and we want to move forward and not spend additional time and money on more plans or more designs. And so when the select board conducts a qualification-based selection process, they will communicate our needs based on all of that information and our budget based on the vote of the town, and companies will return proposals that meet those constraints. So this is an example of the most recent town hall floor plans from 2015. This is part of the $300,000 the town spent on designs. And so based on a review of the space needs analysis, this proposal of less than 10,000 square feet reduces space in these designs, reduces storage space based on technology improvements, reduces meeting space based on needs, and reduces office space based on staff consolidation. So if approved, construction would likely be from fall of this year through fall of 2020 on this project. So now the financial details to provide some more information for you folks. So again, this proposal has 2 funding sources, Article 4 and Article 5, and it's structured that way specifically to have no tax impact to the voters. So Article 4 is that $875,000 bond, that warrant article you've already heard. And Article 5 asks to use $1,025,000 of fund balance or savings. And again, both articles must pass for this project to proceed, and you'll notice that language in the next warrant article when the moderator reads it. So for the bond for Article 4, this graph just illustrates that the repayments for that $875,000 bond are perfectly offset to the current budgeted expenditures on the rented town hall. And this is one of the ways that the select board is able to bring this proposal forward with no tax impact. So after 20 years, we will own that building, and the budget line for rented space or this bond repayment would be 0. So now Article 5, in simple terms, it takes $1,025,000 from money that the town has saved while still leaving a responsible amount of savings in that account. So specifically, that $1,025,000 comes from unassigned fund balance, and Administrator Scruton explained that a little bit earlier, so I won't belabor it too much, but this is the town's savings account. So this ensures cash flow and covers emergency expenditures, much like a family having 6 months of expenses set aside in case of emergency. So this fund balance primarily accumulates from unexpended appropriations and unanticipated revenue like motor vehicle registrations and taxes. The New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration recommends holding between 8% and 17% of regular general fund operating expenditures in a fund balance. So the select board's policy has set the target at 12.5%, as Administrator Scruton mentioned. So currently, Barrington is in a comfortable position with approximately $5,066,000 in unassigned fund balance, which is 17.2% of the regular general fund operating expenditures. So more specifically, looking at that unassigned fund balance, this pie chart represents the current total of unassigned fund balance. So that largest section shows the midpoint, shows the $3,683,000, which is the 12.5% that the select board's policy is targeted of that range of 8 to 17%. The next largest section is Article 5, and that's the proposed contribution to the town hall project from that savings account. Additionally, there's a smaller section which is $295,000, and that chunk of money is being proposed by the select board to fund most of the other warrant articles, which Administrator Scruton presented and we'll be discussing later, and using that $295,000 from fund balance to fund those articles, again, with no tax impact. So finally, you can see a wedge that's about $60,000, not a huge sum of money, but the point being that if the voters approve all that the select board is recommending, including the town hall, the town will still be over that 12.5% target of the fund balance range. So that concludes the details of the presentation. So this PowerPoint presentation, along with a lot of additional details and information, is available on the town's website, just /town hall. So welcome you to get your questions answered there, and certainly if there are additional questions specific to the information of the proposal, you can contact us at the information provided. At this time, I'll turn back to the moderator.
Thanks. Let's try to, if we can, keep our discussion on Article 4 first, the bond article. I know they overlap, but let's focus on that. Select Board, Dan.
As a select person, that rent space we have, I'm ashamed of the lease agreement that we have on it. It's a liability to this town. We don't get out of this. As a select person, this lease agreement we have with the town hall, month to month, I'm ashamed of it. The previous board designed to do it. It's a liability to this town. We need to address this. And I'm proud of the select board. We had 3 major projects. We addressed them. And I am self-employed most of my life. I wish I had a fixed income. I wish I could afford insurance and stuff like that. I can't. I know what all aspects of this is all coming from. And 39% of the town uses the library. Well, this 105 is only going to affect a third of the town on this rate. All of them are paying twice as much. But now is the time to do all these projects because interest rates are going to get worse. And I'm looking at all aspects of it as a thing, that you balance it out. So I support these warrant articles, because I'm paying every penny of it on my hands. As long as I'm breathing, I can pay for it. And that's all I have. And I don't understand the hardship of other people and stuff, because I got nothing unless I make it every day. So I know the impact on everyone. So I'd like a consideration for all these bonds, because I know what a dollar's worth. I want to earn a dollar and spend a dollar. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the select board? Advisory Budget Committee, do you have any comments on the bond? Nope. Okay. Anybody in the audience would like to comment on the bond article?
Steve Diamond, France Road.
Close to the mic, Steve. We can't hear you.
Stratford Regional Planning Commission did a study for traffic on...
Steve, you still got to get closer, please. Thank you.
Stratford Regional Planning Commission did a study of traffic questions around Route 125. It's about 2 inches thick, which is a lot to look at, but a lot of its pictures. You can check it out if you go to Stratford Regional Planning Commission offices in Rochester. I did so. One of the graphics from there shows the 2% growth rate projections, which sometimes has been less, but it could be more in the future. It shows the capacity for 2 lanes of Route 125, which we are rapidly heading towards within the next 8 to 10 years. Already there are some traffic concerns on that road, which are projected to get worse. So if the question is simply a matter of money, that's important, but a smart decision on where to locate the town hall might be different than what helps the value of one developer's other properties.
Good morning, Michael Hastings, 2nd Round Point Road. I'm in favor of this, and I'm very pleased with this process that the Select Board has come up with after years of failure and a lot of disappointments in the past. I personally still have hard feelings about what happened to the old elementary school building, so I'm very pleased with this. Sounds like a lot of money, but I think we need to put it in perspective. I build highways for a living, and I do that in Massachusetts. And in my job, I run a piece of heavy equipment. It's a Caterpillar 980 material handler. That one machine costs more than $800,000. It's a piece of steel and rubber. We're going to run it into the ground, we're going to send it back to Caterpillar, they're going to melt it down and build a new one. So $875,000 in reality is not much. And even though it sounds a lot today, what's that $875,000 worth 20 years from now? It's worth nothing. My other comment is, I keep hearing about things that we need. There's no continuity in our Board of Selectmen. A lot of the selectmen that are here now are not going to be here 5 years from now. There's going to be different agendas. My concern is we've never had a plan overall for what the town needs. The building that we're standing in has a certain lifespan. It's going to need to be replaced. We're going to need a new fire station someday. We have all these needs. For a lot of years, we've really sat back and haven't done anything. There were always the financial concerns. There are concerns about the elderly with their taxes. And they're all valid concerns, but there are remediaries to all of them. My grandmother lived here for 96 years. On $260,000, she paid $160 every 6 months on taxes because we have discounts for the elderly. So it's, the people that are working that bear the brunt of this. I'm willing to pay this. I don't see it as a big issue. I think it's a good plan. I think we need to do it now because, as I said, we keep putting things off and we're going to hit a wall, and that's not going to be good. Thank you.
Stephanie Dimke, 43 Stephen James Road, Barrington. First of all, I'd like to thank the Select Board because I think it's really important to keep moving forward with this project.
Stephanie, can you turn the mic so you're facing right?
Of course I can. Sorry.
Thanks.
I think it can be very frustrating looking at the history of this and to keep, moving forward with a plan. I think is really an incredible thing for you guys to keep looking at. And obviously the tax impact speaks for itself. I do have some concerns about the location and some questions about the location too. So many times over the past 10 years or so, we've had many groups get together and talk about the concept for a town center. And there was actually lots of plans online, right on the town's website. In 2007, they actually did a whole study on the town center and where it's located, and studied the zoning and what would be best, and moving forward for the town. Also in 2014, the Envision Barrington group got together, and many townspeople voiced their opinions about wanting these centrally located municipality buildings. Sorry, I have a lot of notes written down. I guess another concern of mine and a question, I guess, for you is where the current location is. You mentioned development going in. The development, I assume, has not been approved by the planning board?
The developer is going before the planning board in March.
Okay, so it has not been approved. What happens to this donated sold property if the plans do not get approved?
Then it would not get built there.
Okay.
And it would have to be, the town would have to look at another location or look at other options for location.
Okay, so it's contingent. This is contingent upon the developer getting his development approved. So that's a huge concern of mine right there. I mean, and I think it should be for a lot of people in town. This is a developer that is not from Barrington, correct?
This developer has a history of good developments within Barrington, and the proposal does not insist that the building go at that location. The town could put it at a different location, and the town does have other options. This was deemed to be the best option because Route 125 is a main transportation corridor, and it does provide easy access for the public to it.
Okay. I think that's a good point, but I also, getting back to the whole town center, and I guess my own personal vision for Barrington would not have it, the town hall on 125. I think I could, you know, like I could see it right in the center of Barrington, and I know that they've been working with Holy Rosary Credit Union in developing the town center idea, and they've gone before the planning board and they're talking about putting sidewalks and walking trails and mixed use of residential and civil and commercial space, and I just think that that's going to be a far more appropriate location for the town hall.
If I may, the voters voted to put money into studying that site for a town hall several years ago, and it came up that that was not an appropriate location because of the cost of construction and land preparation. Even further back, before I was hired, and it was not on this list, there were actually been, I think, 10 votes on the town hall, not just those 4, but one of the votes was to purchase the land that is near the post office behind Caleb's store, and in fact, the town paid for, appropriated half of the money that was needed one year, but the following year failed to follow through with it. So the voters have not spent the money necessary to put it there, and the town doesn't own any land at the town center. The land that someone had been willing to donate proved to be too expensive to develop. So for all those reasons, the town hall can't go at that location.
Okay, well, I mean, I've been part of this plan for a while too, and again, I'll try to keep this brief because I know there are other people lined up behind me. But I know in 2014, that was the vote you were talking about, the $50,000 that was to pay for engineering development studies on land offered by the Svensson family for the municipality buildings. But one of the main issues was the cost of the road. The road is now being constructed, so I would ask the selectmen to reconsider that location and to maybe reach out to Holy Rosary Credit Union to see how you can work with them to try to make this town center something that I think a lot of Barrington residents really want.
I mean, at the time, as I remember it, Brian Lindsay, I don't know if he's here, he spoke to it at the time, but there was significant wetlands and ledge involved, and therefore the construction cost was the issue. We couldn't get 2 buildings on that site, and that's one of the issues. We know we're able to put 2 buildings on this site, assuming it goes through. Even if it doesn't go through, I think this is an important step to take to have the money available to build the town hall.
Yeah, I agree, money available at town hall, but again, my issue is the location, and I think a big issue is that, you know, like I said, this is really going to benefit an out-of-town developer, and it could also potentially, you know, mean that, you know, things get passed to the planning board that might not be in sight with, you know, like what I envision for Barrington. I'm sorry, Tracy.
Tracy, you have a response?
So, a few things. The Envision Barrington plan in 2014 was facilitated through the Carsey School New Hampshire Listens who came here. 112 people attended, 32 of which were either facilitators or were administration from Carsey. So 80 people sat through that Envision Barrington process of the current 8,400 residents. So while I appreciate the work that was done, I think it's important to note that it was not representative of a majority of people. The other thing is, at the beginning of this session, I asked that Marcia come down and discuss the zoning article, and I did that because I think it is essential to the transparency of all of our town work, and that we don't function as silos with a select board or a planning board or a zoning board of adjustment, but that we function together. One of the things that people seem to misunderstand about land, when you purchase land, it is yours. It is yours to do what you will with in the constraints of zoning and planning. But it is also not the job of government to ever stand in the way of the usage of land ownership and what might be done with it. Marcia expressed that before the ZBA, 2 other projects have been brought before the ZBA. Again, we have no control, no voting power. We don't impact that group. And they have both been approved going forward. I would say based on history, it is easy to say that it is likely that this will go through. It is in no way a plan of ours to encourage that to go through by accepting the $1 6-acre sale. That is not the intention of the select board. It is the intention of the select board to focus on that 2014 plan of Envision, to focus on infrastructure building, which if you read what we are tasked with as a select board, we voted again when I came into office in March to focus on infrastructure. And infrastructure is your programs and buildings. The other thing is you've already spent 37.4% of what we're proposing with 0 tax impact between plans and rent. We can't keep doing that. If the plan is truly to build an infrastructure in Barrington, provide the buildings that are needed to affect our future, to not pay beyond the bond, and to actually own a functional piece of property without tax impact, this is why it is being presented the way it is. The land itself is so usable and so developable, and the site work has been done and reviewed, it will cost less on this property to actually do a design build. So there's many reasons that the select board approved this, and I know everyone doesn't know that we read hours and hours and hours each week to understand what it is we're voting for, but we do. And this design build process, at this time when bond rates will be at their lowest historically for this town, is the reason we are bringing this forward.
Thank you. I just have a couple of responses to. First of all, I was part of the Envision committee, and I thought it was really interesting because even though it was a small group of town, we had a really well-represented group there. Looking back last night, like I said, rereading the notes of what they said, it gives a whole list of everybody who was involved, and it was really fascinating to see some of the names on that list. It wasn't, it was a good crosshatch, so to speak. And again, I have no problems with the town hall being built. Again, it's a location. Things have been brought up about, we talk about how it's a desirable space, and that's true, and I think, it could be used for another commercial property, it's like, and that would generate tax revenue for the town as well. I also think looking at the town center, you look at like what the restrictions are for the people that want to develop in the town center in that zone, and there are restrictions talking about how a certain percentage has to be residential, a certain percentage is commercial, and a certain percentage has to be used for civic purposes. So I think, the town center is already zoned for that, where this property is outside of the town center and isn't zoned for that. So,
Dan had his hand up first.
Okay. I understand all your concerns and stuff. I'm in construction. I spend a lot of time, I know, in this town, research and stuff, and the cost of stuff. Then I gather information, I bring it back to the board. But the cost of construction right now is crazy. What the cost there and stuff, and then all the regulations and stuff. What it costs to develop stuff. That's what I'm looking at, to save the town money. We just can't keep on going on this. So if you read the lease that we have on this building, it's a liability. We need to move on, and the interest is low. That's why I support all 3 of them. I'm telling you, this is time to do it.
yeah, and I don't argue that, like Mr. Scruton said, it's not.
There is opportunities. If this does fail, there is an opportunity in the town center in the future. But we would have to renegotiate with someone on a price. And that wise is somewhat feasible, but it's going to cost money. This proposal law that we get, hope we all go through and stuff, it's got potential for everything.
Okay, yeah, and I appreciate that. Like I said, I'm trying to think of the town's future, not just like 5 years from now, but what I'd like to see, and especially as a town center, because I think that that's been a huge concern for a lot of citizens in town. But I thank you for your time and responses.
Thanks, Stephanie. George has one comment in charter.
Thank you, Stephanie. What has happened is the remaining piece of that property has gone before the owners, have gone before the ZBA, and currently have a approval from the ZBA to put houses in and around the backside where the little skating area is, or the little pond, whatever you want to call it. They have moved forward to do that. And the reason why that is because up in the back, left-hand side, back of that road that's going there, has always been too wet, and the cost there is prohibitive. So they have decided that they've withdrawn their property, and the board, prior to this board, has thanked them and didn't accept it. And so currently, they're going to go before the planning board and be able to put a little housing development in there under the conservation. Thank you.
Charter? Charter Week, Scruton Pond Road. There's a certain amount of irony that today is Groundhog Day. For those of you who have not seen the movie, it's a story about a weatherman who goes to Puxatawny, Pennsylvania, and he's miscalculated the weather, and he's stuck there in a snowstorm. And he gets up the next morning from his hotel, and it's still Groundhog Day. And it goes on like that over and over again until finally he escapes. In my view, we have a good opportunity here that the board has put together for us to be able to do all of our institutional projects at one time, because we've spent the last 10 years going through Groundhog Day about these projects over and over and over again. And so, in their infinite wisdom, they were able to bring this forward without any tax impact, and it leaves the library as the one piece to be completed. I don't live in a $300,000 house, and I will not be paying $100 a year. My contribution will be based on the value of my property. So, and many people in town don't live in a $300,000 house. I think this is a real opportunity for us to escape this cycle over and over and over again. And I really encourage everybody to support this and the library project, because I think it will move our town's institutions forward for the foreseeable future. We will have a town that for the next 50 years will adequately serve our population. Thank you.
Ray Bisson, Hall Road. First, I want to say that I think we really do need a town office. It's long overdue, and I think you guys are going for a creative way to do it. So it's a creative way to do it, but I do have some concerns, and I want to make sure it's done and done right. One of my main concerns is the location, like Stephanie said. I don't really see taking prime commercial land that will help our taxes and put a town office on that property. The town currently owns 3 commercial lots and 3 municipal lots off of Redemption Way. So we already own commercial land. We're going to take it already out of tax, we already have. So why are we going to take some more land off the tax base? Secondly, we have the old town office location that back when the studies were done years ago, it was suited for multiple buildings. So I just have an issue with being on 125. I don't think that's where we should be. We talked about the budget with the design build, and I've done some research on design build, and I can understand the cost savings aspect of it. But my concern is that you're basically saying, let's take 1.9 billion, that's what we're going to put for a town office. Now we're going to a company to say, construct the plans, manage it, and go and build it for that price. I think that we should be going out there and telling a company, saying, this is what we need, get the bid price from them, then you guys come to us and say, the bid price for us to build a town office is going to be 1.7 million, 1.9 million, 2.3 million, whatever the actual number is. not something that you guys are trying to use a public safety building concept from Farmington and converting that into a town office building. I don't see the comparison. It's not building to building. If we did a Farmington town office to a Barrington town office, then I can see the comparable for coming up with the funds. Going back on one comment was about the building being on 125 is going to bring more economic development into that area. Or people, if you drive from Rochester to Plastow, there's not a single town office on that road. And most of those cities are doing very well economically on 125 before development. Thank you.
Dan, let's take one more comment and then maybe you can answer both at the same time.
I'll comment on this.
All right, go ahead, quickly.
Redemption Drive, I went out and got estimates because of the rock and ledge there. It's gonna cost over $1.2 million just to get that level with the material left on site. You prepare for a site before even looking at it. And then you have the turbo camera right next door. All the machines are calibrated. You saw it going into this blast and crushing the rock to make it feasible. I'm sure turbo cam readjust all their machines for free. And on 125, the state has a beautiful coils right off of 125 in Kingston. And then a lot of the government county buildings down there too. So I looked at the Redemption Drive, that's out of the picture for us. We don't have the money for that site work and the cost would be so expensive. That's how everything I bring forth, all the hard work we've done, is the best answer for us. Thank you.
Tracy?
Just quickly, in response to Ray Bisson's comment about building at the $1.9 million price tag, we have extensively vetted whether we can run a project of this size with the needed space needs analysis that anyone can review online if you choose to. And we're very secure in the responses that we got from design build organizations that we can execute this building for the price tag that we're putting forth to the taxpayers of this town, or we wouldn't have proposed it. That said, I'm quite certain going forward, if you don't vote this in, that your town hall will likely still stay located on 125. So I see that as a moot point. There are not a lot of other buildings available to us of the size that we would need to continue to rent. So while I hear concerns of Mr. Diamond and Mr. Bisson, the actual location, if anyone has ever driven into the courthouse in the Kingston-Brentwood area, there's a nice windy, beautiful driveway, lots of tree space on the outside of the courthouse area, and that is exactly how it will be as you enter into the town hall area. It will not be the current situation where you drive off of 125 and you directly have to drive up a very large embankment into a small parking lot. So I think one of the things we're asking you for today, and this is a hard one, but you elected us and you have to trust that we've actually done the homework on this. And while I can assure you that we have, I'd also encourage you at any time to approach the town hall and ask about the estimates that we've received on the design build so that you can feel secure that we've done our homework.
Hi, I'm John Allard. I live on Swain Road. And I support this project entirely, in fact, all of the buildings. And there's one thing that I really like about this project, the location, is the fact that our major buildings in Barrington are spread out. And I like that because we have no municipal water system. We have no municipal sewer system. And if this downtown project, you know, by compacting everything in together, about the time that one of these large facilities, septic, pollutes another large facility's well, we taxpayers are going to have to come up with a solution. And that's going to be a town municipal water system, a town municipal sewer system, sewage treatment plant, and all that. That will take a lot of money, so this right here is a bargain. I'm never in favor of a downtown area. I think one of the things that makes Barrington stand out is the fact we don't have a downtown area. We keep things far enough apart so one sewage system doesn't pollute another well. You guys have done a great job.
Good morning, Garth Svensson, 19 Christmas Lane. I do support a downtown, a Barrington scale downtown. Sorry, we have to agree to disagree on that one. I want to apologize. About a month or two ago, we, in partnership with Holy Rosary Credit Union, put up a sign in the downtown that said, "Your future town center coming here." It was my wording. I didn't call it that originally. Actually, Barrington called it that. Our land is actually zoned as the town center. But I did have a question. I love the idea of the new library. I always have thought a new library was needed. I love the idea of a town hall. I always thought that was needed. I'd always hoped it would be located in the downtown of Barrington, but obviously the other options are available to you guys right now. If those options dry up on you, I ask you to come back and talk to us, because some of what you represented about the ledge and the wetness, the land has been reconfigured a little bit, and there might be opportunities there for you to join a privately funded project here in downtown Barrington. But if all these things do go through, which you all hope do, I would have a question for Marcia, and I guess Barrington in general. Would our land still be zoned as the town center? It would seem to me that the land up on 125 all of a sudden become town center. Because there's a lot of onerous regulations that are put on the land down where we live for developing that make it really hard to build anything unless you include things like a library or a town hall. And if you guys have chosen to go elsewhere with those buildings, maybe we're not the town center anymore.
I recognize Marcia Gass as the town planner to answer that particular question.
So if the town hall is built on 125 on the, I have such a loud voice. But anyways, if the town hall is built on the proposed site on 125, it will have no effect whatsoever on the town center zoning. Some of you may remember last year we had an amendment that did not pass that was hoping to address some of the difficulties folks were having with developing the town center. We may go back and try and do that again. But clearly the way the zoning ordinance is written now, which requires PUDs, it limits the amount of residential development that can occur. And particularly, it doesn't allow single-family homes up off the Oak Hill Road area, but that was technically what was envisioned in the plan, and we hope to try. I think there was some misunderstanding with folks on what the planning board was trying to accomplish, but we can revisit that next year and try and take away some of the impediments that to the town center development. We are, have Holy Rosary that plans to come in the spring and build a bank. They started building the road. That road will have a sidewalk. We're really starting to move forward with this town center. There are some limitations to the area that was identified and zoned because of access to create through roads. And I think we can continue to work on those impediments. Are there any other questions? Did that answer kind of what Garth was?
Good, thanks, Marcia. I think George has a comment.
Okay.
George, did you have a comment? Okay.
James Shaw, once again, on Barrier Road. I think the 125 location, the proposed location, is an excellent location. We already have the town offices on 125. I've seen we'll increase no traffic impact because we're already going there. It's not like we're in a shopping center where there's constant in and out of traffic. The people using the town offices are basically when they have to do their purchase of the cars and whatever. I think it's a great location. I think it's a great location to move forward for other buildings like they were talking about. And one question about the town center. If anybody's a member of the Barrington communities or whatever it is, like Facebook, people are thinking that's where the town offices are going to go. If they can put something on that sign that says, what's going to go there, like a bank or whatever, because people are thinking town offices are going there. And I thought it was too when I first saw it. So But yeah, move forward with it. I support it 100%. Zero tax impact on me and the taxpayers of this town, and it's a perfect place to do it. Thank you.
Call the question, Mr. Moderator. Okay, last call on Article 4. Any more comments on the bond article? If not, the bond article, Article 4, will appear on the ballot as written. Folks like a 5-minute break before we continue to the next article?
I'd like to move that this not be brought up for reconsideration at this meeting.
Okay, we have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 4. We have a second? Second. George seconds. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Article 4 is restricted consideration. Okay, we'll take a break until 11:30. It's 11:22 now. Stretch your legs. To see if the town will vote to establish a town hall capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of construction of a town hall to replace leased spaces, including but not limited to building construction, site work, architectural fees, and all that, the same as the previous article. I'm not going to read all of that. This is recommended 4-0 by the select board, recommended 3-0 by the advisory budget committee. The total cost of the new town hall is $1.9 million. The capital reserve is part of that total, as is the prior bond article from number 4. No funds will be expended to start construction until the total sum needed is appropriated by the town. The article has no additional impact on 2019 property taxes. Select board move. Tracy moves.
Yeah, second.
Dan Ayer seconds. Any discussion by the board? No? Not at this time. ABC, have any discussion? Anybody else like to discuss Article 5?
Hi there, Tracy Wilson, Hall Road. I just had one question. Moderator, you said no additional tax impact. Can you just explain what the additional means?
Well, I can. One of the select board can. John can.
Well, it means it's not going to increase taxes.
But we've already paid the taxes on what's coming out of the fund balance.
Right, that's why.
Right, just one clarification, thank you.
Yes.
Les Abreu, France Road. I just had, when we were going through different sites.
Don't back up, get closer.
When it echoes here, so it sounds like it's loud. When we were going through different sites that had been considered and the reasons they were being rejected instead of in favor of the place on 125, I just wanted to hear the same kind of what was the thinking part for the area where the town, where the school used to be, where we're talking about building the new library. My understanding was that there was room next to that for a town hall to be built, and I'd like to hear what the reasons that that's not where you're looking with that same, using that same money.
Okay, John?
There was concern that while it would be theoretically possible to put a building there, it would almost certainly have to be a multi-story building in order to have the footprint, that it would have additional cost as a result of that structure, that there would be a shortage of parking. And there's also a concern that the state is changing the rules as relates to stormwater runoff, and that it might be difficult to get it permitted because of additional runoff costs.
Dan, do you want to comment as well?
The site work would be too expensive. There'd be no future growth limitations as John stated.
Any other comments on Article 5?
Seeing none, Article 5, Charter.
I move that this not be up for reconsideration.
Okay, hold on a second. Article 5 will appear on the ballot as written. Okay, you're going to restrict reconsideration?
Restrict reconsideration.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
George Bailey, second. All in favor of restricting reconsideration? Raise your cards. Any opposed? Okay, that is restricted. Let me just write that down. Okay, Article 6, the operating budget. Shall the town of Barrington raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein totaling $7,124,100. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $6,817,149, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Barrington or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numerals 10 and 16, to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 4-0 and the ABC 4-0. This operating budget warrant article does not include appropriations contained in any other warrant article, and this article has no additional impact on 2019 property tax rates because of revenue increases. We have a motion from the board.
So moved.
Yeah, second.
George and Dan, Select Board have a comment? Any comments? Or John has a comment? Go ahead.
Just a comment. I noticed that the vote counts are different. You may have noticed some are 4-0, some are 3-0, and yet there are 5 members. It depended upon who was at the meeting, what the vote was. If it was unanimous, there were no negative votes. I just wanted to make that clear that that is the reason why sometimes the ABC is 4-0 and sometimes 3-0, and why the selectmen were 4-0. One of the selectmen was missing at the meeting, or at the ABC meeting there were a couple that were missing.
Any other comments from the board? No? The ABC have any comments? Steve Saunders.
Yes, Steve Saunders on the ABC. I just wanted to mention to everybody some of the background. ABC put a lot of due diligence in, as did the board, in developing this budget. We came forward with several recommendations, quite a few in fact, and I'd like to thank the board for accepting those recommendations as we work through all the issues with the operating budget and also some of the warrant articles. And we do support this operating budget as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any comments on Article 6? Charter. Well, excuse me, a second, Charter. George has a comment.
I would like to thank you, Steve, for your comments, and I'm sure the board appreciates them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry to make you keep hopping up and down.
These boards spend almost 6 months along with the department heads developing these budgets. It's a lot of time, a lot of work, and in general, I don't see any value in trying to challenge any of the things that would be here. But I do have a question. I believe I could put my glasses on, sorry. Regarding the transfer station. It's article, it's a line, page 3, line 4324, I believe.
Charter, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, sorry,
we can't hear you well.
Line 4324 in the budget. As you may know, over the years, we've been through a whole range of changes regarding the fees at the transfer station. Probably in October or November, I was there, and a truck was pulled up to a big bin, and they were shoving off roofing shingles. And so I was quite surprised to see that. And I asked one of the people at the dump what the fee was for that. And he said, well, I believe he said it was $150. And I said, why are we doing this? He said, well, people come here because it's cheaper than going to Waste Management. And so I'm concerned that the fees we charge for these things represent our actual cost. In the past, we've had changes in the fees for couches and those sorts of things, and they ought to be revenue neutral for the town. And so I would hope you would take a look at that specific line and consider how to modify it. Thank you.
Dan? Yeah, we have looked at that, talked about it there, but basically, in time, I'd like to see scales there. So we pay by the tonnage to get rid of it, so then we know exactly what comes in and goes out will be.
So we just refuse to take it all together.
Well, anything like that, you can control the cost, you know what's going out, what's coming in is going out the same way. There is going to be, there's another section that wants to address issues down there too. We'll be looking into, thank you.
Any other comments on Article 6? Last chance. Okay, Article 6 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 7, Highway Equipment Capital Reserve. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,000 to be added to the Highway Heavy Equipment Capital Reserve previously established. The sum to come from fund balance and no amount to be raised from taxation. Majority vote required. Tracy moves.
And second.
Dan seconds. Any discussion from the board? ABC? From the audience? Anybody? This is getting easy. Okay. Article 7 will appear on the ballot as written. I need to read page 2. Okay. Article 8, Library Technology Capital Reserve. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,000 to be added to the Library Technology Fund Capital Reserve previously established. The sum to come from fund balance and no amount to be raised from taxation, recommended unanimously by the Select Board and the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6, the operating budget article. This article has no additional impact on 2019 property tax rates.
Move the Article 8.
Second.
Any discussion from the board? BBC? From the audience? Okay, Article 8 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 9, Building Preservation / Rehabilitation Capital Reserve. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Town Buildings Preservation and Rehabilitation Fund Capital Reserve previously established. This sum to come from unassigned fund balance, no amount to be raised from taxation. Majority vote required, recommended 4-0 by the Select Board and 4-0 by the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6, the operating budget article. This article has no additional impact on the 2019 property taxes.
I'll move.
Dan moves.
I'll second it.
Don seconds. Any discussion from the board? The ABC? From the audience? Nobody wants to talk anymore. Okay, Article 9 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 10, Emergency Communication Capital Reserve. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the communications upgrade for emergency services capital reserve fund previously established. The sum to come from fund balance and no amount to be raised from taxation. Majority vote required. Recommended 4-0 by the Select Board and 4-0 by the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to Article 6, the operating budget article, and this article has no additional impact on 2019 property taxes.
Make a motion.
Tracy moves.
I'll second it.
Don seconds. Any comment from the board? The ABC? The Fire Chief? Yeah, Rick Walker.
Rick Walker, Fire Chief. This article, folks, it encompasses two different things. We need to upgrade the radio system, the communication system, the repeater system to the newer technology. I'm not a technology guru, but the system we're using right now is a copper line system that is becoming antiquated, and as the years go on, there's less people can work on this. So the newer system would be computer-based type deal. The estimated cost of that to the town, our portion of it to work to the dispatch center and reach the back to the town and to the various vehicles is probably somewhere $100,000 plus. And but more important, the more critical thing is back in 2004-ish, we received a grant from the state of New Hampshire to replace all our mobile and portable radios. Those radios are no longer serviced by Motorola. They are all currently working, but if one goes bad, they will try to fix it. If they can't fix it because they lack parts, they'll send it back to us broke. Obviously, we can't continue down that path. With approximately 40 portable radios distributed on the various apparatus on the truck and a mobile radio on each vehicle, emergency vehicle we own, the cost to replace the radios, we're looking at them right now because we need to put some in the new ambulance. They're between $3,000 and $4,000 per radio. So that's going to run us about $150,000, $60,000. So we've been for a few years putting money away. We'd ask you to continue putting the money away so that rather than we're trying to be responsible and have the money put away to make the purchases we need rather than coming in at the last minute in an emergency situation and asking for a lot of money. So, thank you.
Any other comments on Article 10? Julian?
Julian Olivier, Goody Hill Road, OLI VIVR. I love this fund. The money is already there. It seems to be a really deep pocket. We keep reaching into it, and it's unlimited. Could you explain where what this money is?
John? Unexpected appropriation. Why do we all of a sudden have this money that we can keep dumping somewhere?
Well, at the end of the week, in order to make sure we have enough money so we don't overexpend, we spend conservatively. And for example, at the end of last year, we had approximately a little over $500,000 in funds that we had not expended that were approved at town meeting in 2018. Each year, you take what you've not expended from approved appropriation, and that goes into fund balance. The second factor has to do with revenue that's in excess of the amount of revenue you projected when you set your tax rate. So if additional revenue comes in from motor vehicles, which is one of the more common sources, so they can run $50,000 to $100,000 above what we projected. You have to make the projection in August, and you collect through December. The third one, unused overlay. Every year you set aside some funds in order to give tax abatements, to give refunds, and if you don't use those, that goes into fund balance. And finally, there are audit adjustments. This coming year, we know there's going to be an audit adjustment that reduces the fund balance. So we took that into account, subtracted that from the excess revenue before calculating what the fund balance was at the end of the year.
Any other questions on Article 10? I don't see any, so Article 10 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 11, Cemetery Capital Reserve. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be added to the Cemetery Capital Reserve Fund previously established. The sum to come from fund balance and no amount to be raised from taxation. Majority vote required, recommended unanimously 4-0 by the Select Board and 4-0 by the Advisory Budget Committee. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6. And this article has no additional impact on 2019 property taxes. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Dan moves, Tracy seconds. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the ABC? Comments from any cemetery commissioner out there? No? Okay. If no comments, Article 11 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 12, Bridge and Culvert Capital Reserve. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,000 to be added to the Bridge Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Such funds may be expended for the purposes of the fund and may be used to apply for 80% state funding from the New Hampshire Bridge Aid Program for some of this work. Majority vote required, recommended unanimously by the Select Board and the Advisory Budget Committee. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 7.4 cents per thousand to the tax rate, or $22 to the tax bill on a $300,000 property.
Move Article 12.
I'll second it.
George and Don, do we have any comment from the board? ABC? Anybody else? No comments. All the commenters left. Okay, Article 12 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 13, Fire Truck Capital Reserve. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Fire Truck Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required, recommended unanimously 4-0 by the Select Board and 3-0 by the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to Warrant Article 6, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 4.9 cents per thousand to the tax rate, or $14.70 to the tax bill on a $300,000 property. Select Board?
I'll move it.
Dan moves, Tracy seconds. Any comments from the board? Or ABC? Okay. Finally, we have a comment. ABC.
Dale Silver, ABC. I'm speaking to this article because it is only one of two articles that actually has a tax increase and doesn't come from the fund balances you were talking about. And there was only one department that was affected directly by not using fund balance. We, as the ABC, was a little bit disappointed that one department was singled out for not having fund balance. In the big picture, it really wasn't that big of a deal. It wouldn't have changed much as far as the DRA. We would have liked to have seen this one from fund balance, but as it's not, and it will have a tax increase, we are specifically speaking to this one that we strongly support this article as far as preparing for the future. We think it's important. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. Fire Chief Walker.
So I'm preaching to the choir, but hopefully people are going to go out on, watch us on YouTube. So we have a plan in place that we work very closely with the capital improvement plan and the Board of Selectmen over the years to come up with a cycle in which we can afford to replace the numerous vehicles we have at the station, and a timeline for replacing them, and more importantly, putting the funding in place to be able to replace them. To put it in perspective, I believe there's about $430,000+ in there right now. We're projected to replace the tanker, which is a 94 International, in 2020. We're putting a committee together now to work on the logistics of what we'll recommend to the Board of Selectmen. We anticipate, we haven't looked at any prices, but we anticipate the replacement cost of that vehicle to be about $350,000. Therefore, and then in 2023, we got to find a way to wiggle the forestry truck in there. We should have replaced the forestry truck in 13. We worked with the Board of Selectmen, felt there was no need to replace the forestry truck. We put a little money in it. But somewhere around 23, we're going to have to look at that. But more importantly, the next big truck after the tanker is a frontline engine, which is similar to the picture you see up there. Today's dollars, folks. If you replace that truck today, that's $600,000. I have no idea what it's going to cost us in 2026, but I guarantee it'll be more than that. So it's important to fund the capital reserves. The taxpayers, we try really hard to put a little bit of money away each year, and we will probably come back in a couple of years and increase that value so that in 2026, when it's time to replace the frontline engine, it's our hope that we have a plan in place that all or a majority of the money is in place. So while people should understand there's $430,000 in there, and it seems like a lot of money, it's part of the plan. We anticipated there would be extra money in there for this cycle through so that we'd have money put away for the next big truck. Thank you.
Any other comments on Article 13? If not, Article 13 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 14, Fire Rescue Equipment Capital Reserve. to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the Fire and Rescue Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established. The sum to come from fund balance and no amount to be raised from taxation. Majority vote required, recommended unanimously 4-0 by the Select Board and 4-0 by the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6, and this article has no additional impact on 2019 property taxes. Select Board?
Motion.
Tracy moves.
Seconded.
Don seconds. Any comments by the Select Board?
I just wanted to note that equipment is different than the actual trucks, and that this is a needed expenditure to function safely when doing fire and rescue work.
Okay, any comments on Article 14? If not, Article 14 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 15, paving and related road work. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 for road paving and reconstruction. The sum to come from fund balance and no amount to be raised from taxation. This is a special warrant article and will not lapse until December 31, 2020. Majority vote required, recommended unanimously 4-0 by the Select Board and 4-0 by the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6, and this article has no additional impact on 2019 property taxes. I'll move it.
And I will second it.
Dan moves, Tracy seconds. Any comment by the board? Any comment by ABC? Any comment by anybody else? Apparently not. Okay, Article 15 will appear on the ballot as written. Now we get to the fun ones. Article 16, Tricentennial Expendable Trust. To see if the town will vote to establish a tricentennial expendable trust under the provisions of RSA 31:19A for funding celebrations during the town's tricentennial in 2022, including expenditures in prior years preparing for the celebration, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be placed in this fund. The sum to come from fund balance and no amount to be raised from taxation. Further, to name the Select Board as agents to expend from said fund. Majority vote required, recommended unanimously 4-0 by the Select Board and by the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6, and this article has no additional impact on 2019 property taxes. Select Board?
Move the article.
Seconded.
And Dawn. Any comment by the board? Any comment by anybody else? Yeah, Rick? Tracy?
Tracy Vincent, Hall Road. I just wanted to say thank you for looking ahead to this event. I think it's really important for us to come together as a community and celebrate. And I think if the soiree that happens at Caleb's any year is any indication of how this event will go, I think it's important to plan because the community loves to come together and celebrate. So thank you.
Rick, Chief of Celebrations.
I've been told a lot of things. So as one of the members of the committee, and I'm primarily speaking, one, to get a little information out of it too, hopefully people see it on TV. Joel Sherman's here, he's on the committee. The Select Board charged Joel and I with, a few of us got talking about this, and the Select Board charged the committee. So Joel and I and a number of other community members have formed what we call a core committee, and to get the funding put in place for big ticket items such as if we were to do a fireworks celebration, that fireworks run about $1,000 a minute. So when we started looking at if you were going to try to raise $20,000 or $30,000 for a half-hour fireworks celebration, that would put a lot of work on a group of people, and it would take away from trying to do what we really want to do, which is celebrate the 300th anniversary. So we had a meeting the other night. All our meetings are open. We'll get them posted. We have minutes to the meetings. We're really trying to get a little bit of traction here and get started. It's the committee's intention that we're going to reach out to all the groups in town. Nobody's going to, no stones unturned. We're going to take a page from the Library Foundation that worked so hard to raise all the money they did. We're going to turn this over. The more people we can get involved in this, the better celebration we're going to have. I barely remember the 72 celebration. I think it was about a year old now. Those of us that were around for the 1972 celebration, we appreciate the work the town put into to have that celebration. And we want the people that were here in 72, God bless the ones that will still be here with us, and at the 300th, we want them to be as proud of us for the job we can do. So you folks will see a lot more. We're going to ask people to get involved and help us with this, and we do want to make this a really big celebration for the whole town. Thank you.
Rick and Joel did a great job on the 200th, so that's why they were just a second, we have to finish this article. Any other discussion on Article 16? Okay, Article 16 will appear on the ballot as written. Yes, George?
I would like to restrict further discussion on Articles 4 through 16.
Okay, do we have a second? Rick seconds. All in favor, raise your cards of restricting consideration of everything prior to this. Okay, any opposed? Okay, all of those articles are restricted. Okay, Article 17, petition for bicycle route capital reserve. This is an article that was petitioned by the public. Shall the town establish a bicycle route capital reserve fund per RSA 31:19A for the development of a scenic and safe bike route loop through the geographic center of Barrington to be spent on improvement of carriage run / Holly Lane into a route suitable for bicycle use, planning future phases of the loop as matching funds for grants for bicycle infrastructure and the creation or improvement of other bicycle routes declared by a majority vote of the planning board, and to raise and appropriate $30,000 to be put in the fund, and further to name the select board as agents to expend from the fund. Majority vote required. This was not recommended unanimously by the select board and not recommended unanimously by the ABC. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 6. The article is projected to add 3 cents per thousand to the tax rate or $9 to the tax bill on a $300,000 property. Do we have a motion from a petitioner?
The motion
Yeah, just
to
a
adjust
motion.
it will be later. Can I speak to it first?
You will speak to it in a second. Okay, Steve moves it. Does anybody second it?
I'll say.
Tracy seconds it. Okay, Steve Diamond will speak to the article. He's one of the petitioners. We have the petition here if anybody wants to see the names on the petition.
Could you cycle the PowerPoint, please, to the relevant number? I'd like to start by respectfully disagreeing with Mr. Scruton's assertion that $30,000 is only enough for planning.
Would you please come closer to it? Everybody has to hear you.
Yes. I'd like to respectfully disagree with Mr. Scruton's earlier assertion that $30,000 is only enough for planning. I believe it's enough to at least start making substantive changes on the ground. Spending money of any amount is a decision to make carefully. According to this book, studies have shown that bike trail users have generated as much as $1.25 million annually for a town a bike route passes through. While attending a planning conference this past year, I learned that that finding was supported by administrators in the town of Bristol, who created a beautiful bike route between scenic and commercial destinations, which they found to be successful as an economic development project. Therefore, I expect that some of the cost will be offset, and perhaps eventually this will bring in more money to our town than the investment. State grant programs for recreation trails and transportation alternatives could help each of our dollars accomplish 4 times as much if we step up with 20% matching funds. State planners understand the high costs of highway and intersection improvements, that routes like 125 are near capacity, and that traffic is worst during the summer tourist season. In 2015, widening of Route 125 to 4 lanes near Plastow cost about $10 million per mile. If, for example, we were to raise this $30,000 and give it to the state to widen part of 125, $30,000 would create 20 feet of 125 at that width. Even a slight reduction of vehicle traffic resulting from a bike route here could reduce delays for drivers and defer the need for many millions of dollars of spending on highway improvements. And because of a minor inconsistency in the wording I've been alerted to, I make a motion to amend the mentioned RSA to read 35:1.
Okay, you're eliminating the 19A?
Yes.
Part? Okay. Do we have a second on the motion to amend the article? John Wallace, seconds. Okay. Any discussion on amending the article to RSA 31 instead of 3119A? Dan, you had?
I had to defeat that.
Speak to, well, let's just discuss the amendment first. 35 now, I'm sorry. So it's 35 column 1. Okay. Yes, it did. Okay, any discussion on changing the article, the RSA referred to 35:1? Okay, all in favor of that, raise your cards. Any opposed, raise your cards. Okay, we can change the RSA referred to. Okay, any discussion on the article itself? Dan?
Yes. The commissioner came to the conservation and did an estimate, a rough estimate. And this on the gravel is going to be $120,000. This whole project is going to be a $253,000 project, even while the permit and everything's right. So this isn't only a drop in the hat. I think more information needs to be provided and more numbers. So the actual cost will be shown and the tax impact will be shown to the people. Thank you.
Tracy?
So I'm proud to say that I graduated with Nick Coates from Leadership, New Hampshire in 2011. He's a brilliant town administrator and an avid cyclist. I do have to agree with the idea that $30,000 is probably not enough to begin this process and effectively expend money that will have an impact. So while I appreciate cycling, I understand the impact to the environment on cycling, and I absolutely have seen the impact from an evidence-based perspective in Bristol, New Hampshire. I think it would be unfortunate to expend $30,000 without a full planning process in place to be able to execute something.
Good.
Pat Gingrich, Peabody Way, 32. I moved here in 2012 from Iowa. It's the Midwest. It's not where the potatoes are from, but it's flat, mainly, although around Iowa City, if you've ever done rag ride, it's pretty hilly. But I loved going on some bike hikes out there, and it's easy in a flat space. It's not so easy around here where there's boulders everywhere. And I've had trouble, and probably a lot of people will tell me where I could go, but trouble finding a place that's safe. I've gone around Swains Lake, and I feel a little nervous about that. I've been told I should go on 125, and I think, really? I don't want to get hit by a Mack truck at 60 miles per hour or 50 if they're following the speed limit. And so I just think the whole idea of finding some place in Barrington would be really great. I think it'd be fun for families. It would be bring people to town. You could charge something, I suppose. And it's a really healthy thing to do. It's a good thing for keeping people walking and just healthier. So I really support this, even though maybe it's going to cost more. I like the idea. I think that it's something that we should be trying to find. There's more ways that people can get physical exercise in Barrington. Without, I go to Dover Pool. I pay $144 for a year's pass to swim every day if I wanted to at the Dover Pool, mainly because I'm a senior, so that helps. But it's really kind of too bad that I have to drive all the way to Dover to get some kind of exercise. Anyway, I'm for that.
Sandy Manchak, Scruton Pond Road. My question with this is,
Would this $30,000 get the toe in the door for this project? Just getting the trail established, it could be dirt, anything. If you're objecting to the price of it, are you thinking it has to be paved and fancy, which would be nice someday, but if we don't vote this in, I'm worried the project could evaporate and go away. I think I'm supportive of it like these other people, but if all that $30,000 does is get a toe in the door, I mean, is that potentially what voting yes for this might do for the project?
Mr. Moderator, point of contention is 35,000, they just voted for it, to amend that article.
No, they voted to change the
RSA
number.
If I may, there is debate as to how much money it would cost to do design, wetland permitting, and it's clear that to build a bike path in that area is going to be several $100,000. So this is, I don't know if you're talking your little toe or your big toe.
Okay, here's an example. The Kids in the River walk can be traversed with a bike. It is possible to do that. And that doesn't cost the town anything. That's a trail that's, who maintains it? Yeah. And Pat, that's a great place to go biking. It didn't cost the town anything. So why does this one have to cost so much more money?
The particular proposed location is expensive, and it may be that the town can't even do it if it wanted to because part of it's a Class 6 road, and the town can't spend money on a Class 6 road. The proposed place for this trail is the problem.
Dan? That's some feedback too. I don't want to speak out of order or wrong, but Cave Island, down through there, that development's are very big and it's not really high traffic. That'd be a good spot to go bike ride, but really late.
Steve?
This has recreational value, but it also has practical transportation value to shopping in the Lee Circle and public transit in Durham. As far as the location, this is a historic road that could use some improvement. Perhaps, so I spoke with the Bureau of Wetlands, whatever it's called, and they told me at least that the application was minimal impact trail application with a $25 fee. Others have disagreed about what extent that would be, but when I asked the person who's in charge of it, he said it was a simple process.
And how are you going to deal with the fact that the town is prohibited from spending money on that?
Well, I'm not an expert in the law, but my understanding is there are avenues that could be taken, for instance, declaring it an emergency way. It's one of the potential approaches.
I think you're going to have trouble finding a bicycle path as an emergency way. Emergency way is to get police and fire through.
Okay, there is a process for reclassifying roads.
You ready? Ready.
Ray Bisson, Hall Road. My question is, I think having more trails around are great. I mean, if we had a former railroad going through, like some towns do, that'd be perfect, but we don't. Trying to come up with ideas to connect different parts of town that are not using 125. It's bad right now. You already have kids already on their electronics. Trying to get them outside, go riding the bikes, in most areas they can't even ride. So coming up with a location in an area that they can actually ride from their house to a friend's house and not go on major roads is kind of nice. I don't know where the trail system is yet. I haven't seen this. This is actually just new. My question is more of, when I used to be on the Newmarket Conservation Commission, different funds like land use, recurring use fees went directly to the conservation fund, where a trail like this could be going through conservation land and actually kind of created a nice conservation corridor. Is this something that any funds, does the Conservation Commission get funds from these kind of sources that could be something that they could put towards this kind of project where it would impact the tax base?
The town already commits 75% of current use change tax to the conservation fund, and they then set priorities, which usually is acquiring more land rather than building trails. In this bike path, that's not on their list.
Well, they do maintain trails. I mean, this is something that John, okay, here he comes. He can more elaborate on, but I'm just curious on how that could potentially be a factor to this, because I really think that the more recreation we do in our town, it's going to really improve the value of this town, and I think it's safer for the kids out there. Thank you.
Okay, we'll recognize Dan and then John.
I had a question for Rick. Basically, as your professional service, what would it cost you to go there and just put a center line down where the road is and flag wetlands?
I'm not going to totally elaborate on that right now because I have no idea where it is, but there's other ways of things being done. But the first part of this, from what I'm gathering, this is like a preliminary step of what can be done. And they analyze things. I mean, there are things that can be done with people in town. There's volunteers. A lot of trails are maintained in this town by volunteers. So without having specifics as to what needs to be done for state, for example, state permits need to be done, but there's some more legal stuff for that. When it's coming to like working on some trails, I think there's other avenues, but I don't know where this is.
John?
Yeah, just in reference to the possible use of the conservation fund towards trail building maintenance, etc. There's no reason to preclude it being used in that way. It would be up to the Conservation Commission seating at the time. Yes, in the past we've mostly used it for land conservation. Parts of it have gone. I think some has gone for trail maintenance, although mostly we have a budgeted item for that, fortunately. But anyway, there's no reason that it could not happen. Yes, it is not so far, but in the future, it's possible.
John? I would say that this is a very narrowly crafted capital reserve that can only be used for a bike path in one particular location because of the way it's worded.
Hey, Rick?
I'm going to speak as a fire chief. I'm not speaking in support or against the project. I'm going to speak in some practical terms. When you put a bike path in, and it's really not a case of just let's go cut some trees and make a place for people to ride a bicycle through. What I'm envisioning the bike path is that they expect this thing to be used on a regular basis by a larger number of people. The more people you put out using these bike paths and trails, create more of a need for public safety. There's more of a chance, more of a risk for people to be injured riding their bicycle out there, much like it is on the highways and byways. And so what has to happen is we have to build a trail in such a way that emergency services, in particular fire and EMS, can get out to the people in unfortunate event that they be injured. So consequently, most bike paths you see, they're paved, they have a fairly wide apron on either side of it with grass growing down through there, so that while the bike path is relatively narrow, it's still wide enough and there's a good enough base underneath it that we can get some sort of emergency vehicle down to assist the injured individual. And then there's the added cost of, once you do this, we're going to pay somebody to mow this grass and keep the trees and the shrubs and the brush and stuff from growing in, because if it grows in, then it defeats the purpose of using the trail and stuff like this. So again, not speaking for the project, not speaking against it, I'm speaking to the issue strictly from a public safety issue, is that we want to create avenues for people to recreate, but we also have to understand as taxpayers that there could be a need for emergency services, police, fire, and ambulance to service the people using these areas. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, I wanted to propose an amendment to the article, and I hope it's considered friendly. It seems that there are specific problems related to designing this to go on Carriage Run Road and Holly Lane that may have to do with the Class 6 nature of the road and the complications. So I don't know, Steve, if we could possibly amend it to just have it more of a, for the development of scenic and safe bike routes through Barrington, some language along those lines. I haven't crafted it exactly. I would say rather than trying to really specifically locate it to the spot, admittedly that would be under consideration whether those are used or not, but I think it might be worth looking more generally through some of the other conserved land we have and so on and so forth about having bike routes. So that's, again, I don't have the specific language. Maybe somebody can help me with it if there is support for making this sort of amendment.
Okay, well, we need specific language if we're going to propose an amendment. So
can I just find out if there is interest in going that way before I bother to try to craft
So you're not proposing an amendment, you're just suggesting an amendment?
Yes, okay, that's close. Put it down.
All right, Julian?
So I was thinking the same thing, Steve. And since the problem seems to be with Holly, wherever that is, and I've been there 46 years and I don't know how it is. But it's something that would read, I would stop it at bike route loop. So Charlottetown, bike loop, route loop. And then skip two lines and go as matching funds for grants for bicycle infrastructure and continue that all the way down. So that'd be, as my understanding of the amendment, we'd end up having $30,000 that would be put into the fund and further, et cetera, to name the select board as trustees. So we'd be putting $30,000. I would be willing to invest $9 next year to do that. So that's an amendment.
You're making a motion.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have a second? John Wallace seconds that amendment. Okay, do we have any comments on that suggested amendment, which eliminates the words through, up through loop there? Okay, Tracy.
I would just ask, because you're speaking of this in the capacity of potentially being matching for grant dollars, that you also consider adding to that amendment some timing language where should grants, and I'm doing this as a housekeeping piece, not to influence whether it's accepted by the taxpayers or not. If the purpose of this is matching funds for grants, we get stuck with, or future select boards get stuck with, the purpose of cleaning up these reserve accounts if in fact they're not expended. So is 42 months, 3.5 years in order to obtain the matching grant dollars for this proposal an appropriate time frame? And should the $30,000 be passed and not used in a matching capacity, the funds would then be returned to the town's reserve funds. Does that sound appropriate?
Okay, we have to deal with the amendment as moved and seconded first, and then we can make another amendment, somebody can, if they'd like to. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment of deleting? Okay, I will read the article with the proposed amendment. Okay, the article would read, shall the town establish a bicycle route capital reserve per RSA 35:1 for the development of a scenic and safe bike route loop as matching funds for grants for bicycle infrastructure and the creation or improvement of other bicycle routes declared by a majority vote of the planning board, and to raise and appropriate $30,000 to be put in the fund, and further to name the select board as agents to expend from the fund.
May I speak to the motion?
Yes.
While Carriage Run, Holly Lane is specifically mentioned, it's my interpretation of the wording that these funds do not have to be spent there. They need to be spent on the route in general. So I don't think the amendment is necessary.
Julia?
Steve, if you wanted to pass, you better take the amendment.
Any other comments on the amendment? Mr. Moderator? Excuse me a second. Hold on a second. Don? All right. Don't hold on. Go ahead.
Diane St. Jean, Small Road. This is a small thing, but I just don't quite understand what the word loop means here. If it's a bike route, can we use, do we need that word loop? A bike route as matching funds for grants, etc.
Would you like to define loop?
The word loop refers to, if you draw it on the map, that it makes kind of an arc, so that it has some connectivity and coherence. And I don't think this particular question should be singled out with a time limit. I'm not sure how long it would take to get all the details in place and amass the money necessary to do everything we might want. So I would prefer that we not have a time limit.
Okay. Any other comments on the proposed amendment? If not, we will take a vote on eliminating, oh, wait a minute, Sandy has a comment.
I'm still thinking, oh, Sandy, Mantra, School Corner. So is the word loop going to stay in there or not? It seems like it makes it a little more confusing.
Nobody proposed taking loop out, so that's still in. Julian?
Can I simply...
Could you please come to the mic?
As the person who made the amendment, can I take out the word loop?
Well, the word loop was prior to the section that you amended.
Yeah, right. I should have done that.
The amendment would have to be withdrawn and restated.
Oh, you mean that?
So far, we're leaving loop in.
Could I be recognized, please?
Yeah, Don, pull the mic really close. If you
It would seem to me that we are in the middle of a project, not at the beginning, and this needs more thought, input, clarity, and I could go on, before we bring it to this point. I mean, nobody even knows what we're talking about, so we need to start new.
That may be so, but this is going to appear on the ballot, one way or the other, with or without amendments. So we're still dealing with the amendment, and Julian has another comment on the amendment.
So, Stephanie, I was part of that discussion some years ago, okay? And I was in the group that talked about places to walk in Barrington and so on. So Jane and I take our chances pretty much every day, every night, and we walk along Young Road and wave to the traffic and hope we don't get hit, but we have a great time walking. After that event, I was asked to take part in somebody wrote to me and said, okay, fine, you open your mouth, you wanted walking areas, bicycle areas, and so roll up your sleeves and get to work. And I said, I don't want to run a committee to create bike paths, etc. So I think it's very consistent with the work that we did back in the day, and I think that the concept of bike trails is absolutely fabulous. So I'm all in favor of walking trails and bike trails.
Are we ready to vote on that little amendment of deleting that section of words that we specified? Yep, go ahead.
Carolyn Robbins, 114 Chesley Drive. My question, I guess, I'm on the fence either way with the decision right now. I'm not sure which way I'll vote. But my question to you, Steve, would be, what would be the drawback to this amendment? Like, do you have a reason you don't want to change it?
While carriage fund has some complicating factors, it is the most direct way to get to the Lee Circle. And it's already been built to some degree as far as the base goes. It also follows the contour of topography much better than before. So especially on a bicycle, it's a lot more exerting to go up and down hills. If you're following the contour, that makes it easier.
I'm John Huckins. Basically, I'm not against having a bike route, but I think what we need to do is come up with a plan to, if you're going to have a bike route, it should be throughout the town, not just one little corner of town that's a direct route from nothing else that's in town. It should be, as Steve was saying before, how it brought, and it added to the economy and stuff, if it's a connected route. I think you need to look at how can you connect a route, how can you make a route work, and then you could think about possibly having a route in its location. I totally agree. We're way ahead of where we should be at this time. I think a committee needs to be put together, and I don't think you need any money right now in order to do that. I think you've got to come up with a plan so you understand what you're asking for.
Carol?
So I guess I didn't ask my question very well. If we pass the amendment, does it stop the bike route from going on that road? Or does that just mean we have the money and it can go somewhere? So that was, I guess, my question. My other comment would be that I kind of feel like, this is the next conversation, but I would be more likely to support the money if I knew there was a plan in place, and to leave it open-ended and saying 3.5 years isn't enough time to know if something could happen. Like, if you can't come up with some sort of idea of what to do with the money in 3.5 years, I feel like it's a no-go. But that's just kind of my opinion on that.
Fine, I withdraw my objection to the amendment.
Okay, we're ready for a vote on the amendment. Okay, the amendment removes the words "through the geographic center of Barrington to be spent on improvement of Carriage Run / Holly Lane into a route suitable for bicycle use, planning future phases of the loop." That's the end of the phrase that would be removed. Everybody in favor of removing that? Well, Julian has a question. Well, just reading what's written on the original article.
Otherwise, it's just one.
I believe you need a second amendment.
Well, I think so, for just a typo. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Steve Dow from Stonefront Drive.
What's your last name, Steve?
Dow, D-O-W-E.
Okay.
So I'd like to take the word loop out of everything he said.
That would be a second amendment. right?
Second amendment.
We have a motion. There'll be another amendment after we vote on this amendment.
Okay.
All right. All right. So we're ready for the vote on removing those words. That's the amendment. All in favor, raise your cards. All opposed. Okay, those words are out. Now, whoops, I crossed out the wrong ones. All right, now we're ready for an amendment on the word loop, if you would like to do that. All right, the loop that we're talking about is in the first sentence where it says, development of a scenic and safe bike route loop. How did you want to amend that?
I make a motion to remove the word loop.
Do we have a second? Somebody give us a name on a second. Rebus has seconded. Any discussion on removing the word loop? Yes. Our attorney has an opinion on the loop.
We almost got through this without me talking. I am concerned about the way the article currently reads, and actually I was also concerned about how it read before, but I thought maybe it'd get fixed. If you look at what it says now, it says, establish a capital reserve fund to develop bike routes as matching funds for grants. If you read that language, I believe it means that you can't do anything unless you receive matching grants. It seems to me that what the intention may have been was, and by the way, go out and get any matching funds that you want to add to our $30,000. I don't think this language does that. So while you're taking or adding your ask, I think that you should either take off as matching funds for grants, and if you want to add it somewhere else, you can say, apply for matching grants. But I think you're restricting yourself, so you can't spend the $30,000 until you get matching funds. So is that what you wanted?
No. to be spent including, we should use the word including, before as matching funds.
Okay, hold on, I gotta read it now.
Including for?
I think that, so I think what we would do is to take off, add the S, take off as matching funds for grants for bicycle infrastructure. And then, and further to name, and then after name the select board as agents to expend from the fund, and further to authorize the select board to apply for, accept, and expend matching, expend grants and other funds for that purpose.
I just want to clarify that there's the opportunity for matching funds. I suppose we don't even have to mention it if anyone feels strong.
This is one of those amendments that we would require in writing because I didn't
No,
grasp.
I don't think you need to add the matching funds, I can just do that.
Selectmen have the authority to
Yeah,
accept matching funds.
so just take that out.
Which part, Jim?
So you're going to take out as matching funds for grants for bicycle infrastructure.
So the motion we've had so far, prior to this, was just to remove the word loop. This would be separate from that. Or,
Yeah, add the S and then take out as matching funds for grants for bicycle infrastructure. Take out the A.
And add an S to loops.
And add an S to loop.
Loops.
Loops. Oh, you're taking out loops.
yeah,
Routes. For the development of scenic and safe bike routes. So then that raises the question, so do you really need to have in there the creation or improvement of other bicycle routes? No, you can take that out because you've taken care of it, right?
And you go all the way down to raise and appropriate.
So you end up with, shall the town establish a bicycle route capital reserve fund per 35-1 for the development of scenic and safe bike routes, and to raise and appropriate $30,000 to be put in the fund, and further to name the select board as agents to expend from the fund. Does that work?
okay. Somebody kindly just withdraw that previous motion to just remove the word loop, and then we could entertain a motion to
Do what I said.
to take advantage of her suggested amendment.
I'll make a
Just to
motion.
keep track of all this
I'll
stuff.
make a motion to withdraw the word loop.
Second.
Well, it would be the person that made the motion in the first place.
Make a motion to withdraw.
All right, cool.
Okay, I
Tracy
remove my
seconds that.
second.
Okay. All right, now, would somebody like to make that motion that our attorney just suggested?
I have a question.
Okay, Dan?
Dan Capiello, Lois Lane, Barrington. The question I have is that what was on this initially is followed by the words not recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Does that mean if we pass the amended article, it's going to be supported by the Board of Selectmen?
The selectmen have a meeting after this
You
where
have
they
to have
will
a-
discuss any motion that's amended.
Okay.
And the same with the ABC.
Thank you.
Okay, we ready to vote on that amendment that our attorney so kindly suggested? All right, you need,
I suggest we amend it as written by the attorney.
okay, and we have a second for that? Tracy, we'll keep it in the family, let the family motion second. All right, would you like to read that again, Jay, because your copy is probably a lot cleaner than mine. This is the amendment you're voting on.
Shall the town establish a bicycle route capital reserve fund per RSA 35-1 for the development of scenic and safe bike routes, comma, and to raise and appropriate $30,000 to be put in the fund, and further to name the select board as agents to expend from the fund.
Okay, that's the amendment. All in favor, raise your cards. Okay, all opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. And actually, that amendment is the entirety of the article. Okay, any further discussion on this article? Dale?
Just a question.
Could you go to the mic, Dale? It has to be on the record, I'm sorry.
Dale Sylvia, ABC. Is the ABC allowed to meet and discuss this today where it wasn't posted, but this meeting itself was posted? Or are we allowed to vote on the amendments today?
Yeah, your meeting was posted, so you could do this to vote on.
We could vote on these amendments
Yes.
today?
Yes.
Thank you.
George?
My first part is I questioned the way that this amendment was made. It doesn't follow the procedures that was stated beforehand, which is your prerogative. And second, I'd like to make a motion to change it from $30,000 to $1. That's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion? Did you second that?
I'll second
Okay.
that.
All right, we have a motion to reduce the amount from $30,000 to $1. Any discussion on that article? George?
The reason I changed it to $1 is it's my opinion that we have had too many changes to this to get exactly what we want to put forward with it. So in order to ensure that the town is not going to face any liability when it comes to moving this motion, that's why I made the motion to put $1.
Tracy?
I actually have a question. I need some clarification, please, on what the administrative burden is, and maybe the treasurer of our town might speak to this, maybe the town administrator might speak to this. When we move these small amounts into a capital reserve fund, I assume it's much like in a nonprofit where there's a line item where there's earmarked funds. And I find in nonprofits, earmarked funds create a lot of responsibility administratively in managing earmarked funds. So I'm wondering if $30,000 in a capital reserve fund like this places an undue burden administratively, and that would be helpful for me to understand voting for or against.
I don't believe that 30,000 would propose any more of a burden than $1, because with $1, the trustees, we've got a couple of trustees, there's Pat and Stephanie still here. $1 is still going to have to set up the fund and the line and everything in the budget. The only way you would get rid of it is the petition we have at the end, which is to discontinue it. So if you go to zero, you're creating an administrative burden.
Thank you. That helps me understand.
Any other comments on the motion to reduce $30,000 to $1? Done. All in favor? Or Steve, do you want to comment?
The voters deserve the right to decide up and down whether or not this money should be spent. It should go to voters, full amount.
Right. This body has the authority to make that decision with its amendments. So all in favor of the amendment, raise your cards.
Can you reread the amendment?
The amendment was reducing the $30,000 to $1. Okay, all in favor of doing that, raise your cards. All those opposed? The amendment fails. $30,000 is still there. Okay, any more discussion on the main motion? Ray?
I want to just revise the amendment that the $30,000 comes out of the capital fund and not taxpayers' money. Or by raising taxes.
You can't make that. Did you say at the beginning you couldn't change the source of the money from taxation to fund balance?
We said that when we were talking about it, yeah. And I think you can change it. But I didn't understand. I'm sorry, I didn't really understand what you wanted to do.
Well, instead of basically, where earlier on, I mean, the town is allowing for all this money to be, all the money that we've been paying over all these years that's been being built up into this fund, that we're using for the town office, for all these other things, $30,000 personally to me seems pretty minor compared to all these other things you guys are asking for. So I think this would be a great project, a great asset for the town, and I recommend that this fund just comes out of that as well.
Potentially be another amendment.
So,
legal ruling here.
What we're discussing is there are restrictions on when you can change the source of funding for something based on how the source is warned in the article. And what the town administrator and I were discussing is whether or not you can change from tax money to surplus. And I believe that you can, because it's all sort of cash as opposed to borrowing. So I think that you can make that change. And if you disagree, I would like to have a discussion about it, because I'm always open to hearing.
We've already closed the other.
You had the same question earlier. In my opinion, you can't do it because you're changing the purpose of the article as to the source of the funds.
Tax rate.
Yeah, but, and that was the answer you gave to Steve at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, then I'm going to stick with that you can't. Because it's a tax rate issue.
So this will still come out of the taxes as written. Dan?
And it's going to be increase in taxes. That's, we ain't going to hit the fire department again. Right?
Okay. Steve, one more time.
I think the crux of the question is, all this spending on the town hall isn't going to impact taxes, even though it's a much larger amount, but this small amount is.
Right.
That feels inconsistent.
Okay, any other discussion on this article? Tracy?
Just one small thing, regardless of which way we decide to go on this. I just want to praise Steve Diamond for starting the dialogue. I think that's important.
Moderator? Yep. Julian?
Julian Olivier. The thing that bothers me about it, although I'm in favor of the article, is that I don't see a mechanism for the trails, proposed trails, to actually happen. So there seems to be a gentleman's agreement that it's in Steve's court, he's going to organize a committee, it's all going to happen, maybe John Wallace is going to intervene. But I just, you know, I don't want to propose more language, but we have this understanding. Otherwise, if nobody's going to step up to the plate, I did it 4 or 5 years ago. So if nobody else is going to step up to the plate, the money's just going to sit there. And you'd be right, it's, you know, just going to, nothing's going to happen. So at least the gentleman's agreement, John, Steve, that it's going to happen.
Carol? Excuse me, Moderator. Okay, hold on a second.
I have to change my answer. And I have to apologize to you for giving you a wrong answer. I just contacted, I've been busy texting over here this whole time. We have the other lawyers in the office are all at town meetings, and we fly questions around back and forth. And I just texted the Brain Trust, which is the other lawyers, and said, can you change from fund balance to surplus, from fund balance to taxation and back and forth. And the answer from them was that you can. Because I initially thought that you could and then thought about it, and then they affirmed that you can. I'm going to answer that you can make that change, and I owe the town meeting an apology, and I owe you in particular an apology. For not giving you a correct answer earlier. You can't go back.
But it's based upon your wrong
The reason
answer.
I didn't ask for that amendment is because you advised.
I understand that, and I really do apologize. I can't fix that.
So is it off the table that we can?
We cannot change that.
Okay, we can't change that.
Carolyn?
I completely lost my train of thought while I was waiting, so I apologize. Did I miss a conversation anywhere as to any estimate of any kind of what the full trail might possibly cost? And if not, because I think the idea was we don't really know yet, what exactly the $30,000 would be, from what I'm reading it, you guys would decide what to spend that on, correct? So if Steve, for example, came to you and said, this is my plan, this is what I think it will take to get started, you could say, no way, or you could say, yes, that sounds good. Am I right on that? Okay, so just passing the 30,000 means it's just sitting in an account and then you guys decide what to do with it? Okay. I have no idea how to do the amendment for the time frame thing, but I like the idea of that, so if anyone has any ideas on how to word or do that, but otherwise I'm good.
Dan? Steve came to conservation, it should be in the minutes, he did a rough estimate, so he came up 120 just on gravel. The other fees up, so the project is getting more expensive, so that's not paved, this is gravel.
That was Carriage Run Road, and this is not necessarily that anymore.
And that was enough to have emergency services reachable and all of that, or no?
It's a rough estimate. First for the gravel on the path, it came up on a length, 4-foot path, and two, you came over that much in gravel.
And is that available somewhere, that estimate? You have that?
Yeah.
Or is it on like a form from a meeting?
I don't know exactly how true the minutes are.
Moderator, point of order.
Yeah. What is the point of order?
Point of order is discussions need to be conducted one person at a time as indicated before we started.
Okay.
Yeah, so just if those numbers are available somewhere, I think it would be nice for people to be able to see that, to see what the total cost might be before investing $30,000.
Okay, Steve?
Yes, I did do some rough calculations that came to around 120,000 for gravel. This was actually, when I was doing those numbers, it was for a longer distance, and when I was thinking that would be a little different. And I based the assumption on it being 10 feet wide so that possibly an ambulance could get through, and that the depth would be 9 inches deep, which is probably more than is necessary everywhere.
Okay, as the amended Article 6, we still have it being funded from taxation. Did anybody intend to amend that, or we're leaving that as is? Let Mr. Hawkins say.
John Atkins, I still have an issue with funding a project when we don't even know what the project is. I really believe we need to come up with something that we're physically really considering doing before we put a money amount on it.
Ray, did you want to speak? Tracy?
I think it's important to note, and again, I'm very aware of this bike route path, where it's been created in the town, and my former cohort member from Leadership New Hampshire, who again loves cycling and implemented this in his own small town. The bike loop is located around a beautiful lake, and while I am fully in support of a bike path, I really am. I really think you need to go back to the drawing board, ask the select board to create a bike transportation commission, put together a full plan in place, evaluate your cost for it, because you're talking about funding 1/4 of it, sitting in a reserve fund that may or may not pass, and then potentially could go nowhere without the other 75% of the funding you're discussing. So, Steve, I love the idea. I love the idea of bike paths. I love the idea of the reduced impact on emissions. I love the idea of increasing the health of our community using bikes. I even own one. My point, though, is often when we do things in a small town, we have not thought of the full impact of the project going forward. We've now done something that is not impactful at all. And so what I would love to see is come before the select board and ask for a bike transportation commission, work in conjunction with the conservation group on which pathways could also intersect for both walking, exploring nature, and biking, and bring forward a full plan and allow us to discuss that and fund that. And I can tell you, if I'm sitting on the select board at that time and you've done all that due diligence, I'd be glad to support this initiative. It's a wonderful idea. But the way it's being approached right now, no one came before the select board and asked for any of that, just petitioning for it to throw it in here without that plan. I think you're going to have $30,000 sitting in a fund that we're not going to be able to use. That's my own opinion.
I have a legal question. We already sealed, we can't go back to the budget. We already sealed it, 2 to 16, right? Correct. So on this is going to be a tax impact. You cannot take it out of fund balance. We already adjusted that, correct? We can't, we want to take this out of fund balance because there's no tax impact on the taxpayers. But we can't go back to the budget. So whatever it says, this is going to be a tax impact. What was the dollar amount you come up with? You can't change that. It's going to be impact on the taxpayers.
I'm sorry, Dan. So are you saying that you don't think that they can change it from tax coming out of taxes to coming out of surplus because it's going to change numbers?
Yeah, we can't go back and change numbers now.
You can't go back and reconsider the budget. But what does it? So what? Because in the budget it gives a number for surplus.
Right, well, that's why we had to take it out of the fire department. We didn't want to, but we had to do that to make things work out, so we presented a good budget. So now, it seems like we have to go back and change that and take money out of a different department and make it an impact to make this level funded.
I think
that amendment hasn't been proposed yet.
No, it was. We voted on ceiling from Article number 16 up, and the operating budget is in there. And what select person Air is saying is that, how do we legally change the operating budget if we've just voted to say there's no longer going to be amendments to that area?
Well, there hasn't yet been an amendment to take that out of fund balance.
Diane St. Jean, Small Road. I think what Tracy said has some validity, certainly. And, but isn't it true that no matter whether, what she says has validity or not, this is going to be on the ballot? And so if you believe that, the due diligence should have been done ahead of time, there's really no arguing with that, but whether it has or not, this will appear on the ballot, and I think then it's turned to the voters to decide whether due diligence has been done.
Okay, any further discussion on Article 17? If not, it will appear on the ballot as amended. Boy, that was fun. Okay. Article 18, this one might be easier. To allow Keno in Barrington. To see if the town will vote to allow the operation of Keno games within the town. Majority vote required, recommended unanimously, 4-0 by the select board.
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Dan and Dawn, any comment from the board? George?
Yes, just let everybody know there will be a public hearing on the allowance for Keno. The public hearing will be February 25th at 6:30 at the Early Learning Center.
Okay, John?
I just have a question on the wording of this. It says to see if the town will vote.
If we say yes, that means the town will vote on it, rather than, well, the town accept Keno, does it not? At least that's the way I read the
Vote to allow, so that's just the way.
Yes, to see if the town will vote to allow. Okay, so we say yes. Now the town may vote to allow it. That's the way I read it. I don't know. I'll let the lead.
John, that's the ERA, you know that.
Any other discussion on Garth?
Hey. I am not pro or against Keno, but was there did you guys look into the safety of Keno? Like, I know it's a bar game, yes?
Or any business, I think.
Any business?
Any business.
Is it, I mean...
Yeah, if the Christmas stuff wants to.
No,
I'm certainly do that. I'd rather buy one beer, but whatever.
They get good reimbursements.
Yeah, I know, it's good for education.
No, for the owners too.
Oh, okay, well, Keno the Dove is going to be awesome. But in all seriousness, I think you play, it's a gambling game you play while you're sitting and you're having a beer, correct? No? Anywhere? I thought it was poorhouses.
Liquor license, you have to.
With a poorhouse, okay, so, but did anyone ask the question, is it, I don't know, wait, oh. Have you guys waited on that at all, seriously, like?
Excuse me.
Any
Garth, we have to keep the discussion this way.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind then. I'll go to the hearing and ask questions then. Yes, sir.
The Keno, we are still going to receive that money from the state on Keno games, whether we vote for it or not. This would just allow the other establishments that have a liquor license to turn around and have Keno in their business.
Okay.
And that's where we go. And then that money would just add to it, and then it would increase the state's take, and the state would increase the money that came to the Board of Education.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments on Article 18? If not, Article 18 will appear as written on the ballot. Article 19, signs for bicycle route. This is a petition article. Shall the town post signage declaring a scenic bike route connecting the geographic center of Barrington, Young Road, to the County Farm Road coast stop via Barrington's Commercial Town Center, and to the train station in Durham via Carriage Run / Holly Lane, and post signs declaring any other, it says bikes routes, that are voted for by a majority of the planning board. Majority vote required, not recommended unanimously by the select board. This is by petition. We have the petitions. Name at the top of the petitions is Steve Diamond. Would you like to move that article to? Okay, we have a second? Anybody want a second? Doesn't really matter, but we're just asking if we can get a second. Okay, John Wallace seconds. Okay, Steve, would you like to speak to this article?
This article would clarify that a loop of existing town roads also functions as a bicycle route. For hardly any cost, safety would be improved by increasing public awareness of where drivers should particularly look out for bicyclists. This is a good idea because relying on cars as the only realistic way to get where we need to go has numerous serious costs for households, governments, and public safety in general, including as a result of climate disruption. For residents of the southern half of Barrington, the most direct and scenic way to get to shopping and ride sharing at the Lee Circle and further to public transit in Durham is the historic road, Carriage Run and Holly Lane. For residents of the north half of Barrington, the County Farm Coast bus stop is less than 3 miles from the 9125 intersection. While direct bus and rail service to Barrington is not a realistic possibility in the near future, we can decrease dependence on fossil fuels, improve our health, and better connect with our neighbors and nature by taking advantage of bicycles for fun and practical transportation. For the New Hampshire Department of Transportation to improve facilities for bicycles along state routes, Barrington must first declare a bike route. So to summarize, voting for Article 19 will start the process of improving support for bicycle transportation without increasing property taxes.
Comments from the board? Tracy?
Where's the funding for the signs coming from? Where's the funding for the labor to place the signs coming from? Have you sketched out where the signs would be placed? Have you studied in an evidence-based way the number of people that would then use the public transit if they bike to the bus stop? And honestly, again, Steve, fully in support of this, but like throwing out articles from a petitioner perspective, and I appreciate the process, please let's do this in a way that it actually has the outcome that we're expecting. We are never guaranteed that Coast will continue that particular bus stop that you're discussing. They can choose at any time to change that bus stop. And I think it's unfortunate that you've got this great idea, and again, fully support the idea, but we haven't fully vetted a process and we're putting it in front of our taxpayers who are making what I consider to be a decision based on maybe 10% of the material they might need.
Dan? And as a construction through laws and stuff, you just can't put a sign on a road saying it's a bike path, whatever. A legal bike path is 3-foot travel lane, clearly marked out, and then you need 10-foot travel lanes, plus 3 feet, plus the markings, so you need 24 to 26 feet wide road to make it a bike path, a trail, legally.
Essentially, any road in town, including the historic ones that are not improved, we're legally allowed to travel on them with a bicycle. This does not necessarily obligate the town to spend anything on improving these routes. And yes, I did not budget in the cost of a sign, of these signs. I assume it's trivial enough that the highway department, with more than $1 million a year, can afford that.
Diane St. Jean, Small Road. I'm not proposing an amendment, but I'm proposing we think about amending to have it say something like, shall the town create a committee to study bike routes in Barrington and signage for such?
Dale?
Dale Sylvia, I'm speaking as an ABC member. Either for or against this project, I guess my question is for the lawyer. We didn't vote on this as a member of the ABC because there was no funds attached to it. But when you just spoke, and this is just for record keeping, you said hardly any funds. Now you're talking about the highway department. My question is, do we need to vote on this? If there's no funds, are they talking funds? And this is just record keeping because even if it's $1, that changes everything. The fact that they didn't attach any funds to this makes it problematic for us. So just for record keeping, what are we supposed to do?
It's a non-appropriation article. There's no money in it. You cannot add money to it at this meeting. The budget committee didn't vote on it because there's no money in it. It's advisory only because there's no money in it to make it happen.
Okay, Diane?
I'd like to make an amendment to Article 19 to read, shall the town create an advisory committee to the selectmen for the purpose of establishing a plan for scenic bike routes in Barrington and any signage or other maintenance that would pertain to them. I didn't write that down, so don't ask me to repeat it.
Well, could you? Because I can't.
All right, shall the town create an advisory committee to the select board for the purpose of creating bicycle routes in Barrington and for the purpose of creating signage for such routes and establishing procedures for maintenance of such routes. Brilliant.
I have, shall the town create an advisory committee for the purpose of creating bicycle paths, creating...
Okay. I said an advisory committee to the select board, so the select board is overseeing it.
To the select board. So,
for the purpose of studying and creating bicycle routes in Barrington.
And posting signs.
And
paths, routes, okay?
And for creating signage for such routes. And for establishing maintenance plans for such routes.
Okay, so we'll go over one more time. Shall the town create an advisory committee to...
Why don't you come to the microphone?
You can't hear me, it's down?
Let's get recorded.
I don't know if I have it all.
Shall the town create an advisory committee to the select board for establishing, for the purpose of creating, studying bicycle paths and for creating signage routes for such routes, for establishing maintenance plans for such routes. So I think we're a little bit repetitive here, so.
Could I take a moment to put it in writing?
You want to put it in writing?
Could I take a moment to put it in writing?
Why don't you?
Yeah.
Do we, before you do that, do we have a second of what you said? Just to make it ready. We have a second from Carol. All right, let's, are you discussing the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd just like to point out that where exactly all aspects of this route might be is open for discussion, and I'm not opposed to a committee forming. However, if we don't have this language on the ballot now, it holds back the potential for instance, Route 9, which would connect to the library. Clearly, the library needs to be part of any bike route. Only the New Hampshire DOT can do improvements on Route 9, and they require us to declare a route first before they will do those improvements. So I feel it's important that a route be declared sooner rather than later.
You see, I think, Steve, what we're trying to accomplish is to create an actual article that will have impact. You can put forward this, and the taxpayers can vote on it, but because there's no dollars attached, that's where it stops. And so, I think by amending it and accepting the amendment, you've made progress, forward progress that you're looking for in asking the townspeople to approve a committee. Okay, no, that's fine, I hear you. It's your choice.
John?
The argument could also be made that a better bike route would be toll-in, which goes to the main bus station rather than a terminal, the one at the county farm that might get discontinued.
Okay, any other comments while we're waiting for the written amendment so we can read it and vote on it? Yep.
Lisa Titus, Nicholas Way. I just ask that you use the technology that we have and type up what the new amendment is going to be. If you guys are all confused, writing it on paper, we're just listening to 14 different versions of this. So I'd like to see what we're going to be voting on.
She's writing it up right now.
Great, but can we use the technology, switch over to Word and type it in there so we can see it and not just hear it?
I can't.
Carol?
Sorry, I just want to talk about bikes all day because it makes me feel like it's spring. I have a question, I guess, for the lawyer. I actually support this amendment, so I'm not saying this to be against the amendment, but I thought you weren't allowed to change the entire purpose of an article when doing the amendments. And this amendment seems to do that. So I'm not sure that I feel, and this is just me coming to this meeting every year, and obviously this is your job, so you know this more than I do, but I thought you couldn't completely change the purpose of an article in an amendment.
I'm smiling because that's such a bugaboo issue. You can change the effect and purpose of an article. You cannot eliminate the subject of the article. There was a case called Katie versus the town of Deerfield, where this question came up, and the Supreme Court said you have to look at what the subject of the article is. In this case, I believe the subject of the article is signage on bike routes, having bike routes with signs on them. And so if you change, the subject is bike routes. And so I think that you can change it, you can certainly change it to have a study committee about bike routes and what they do.
Do you agree?
We'll get into that issue probably a little later too.
Well, I understand what you're trying to do, Steve. I do agree that for one, signs are not cheap. There's a lot of costs going to that. I like the amendment. I think it's good. I think it's actually a dual purpose because I think forming this committee brings you back to what you were originally trying to do. And then with that committee, studies can be done just to see what is the best feasible land to do this on. And then next year, you can always come back and say, okay, we need X amount of dollars to put a trail through here. I also just want to point out too that I don't really think that these trails for bike routes have to be for emergency vehicle to go by. A lot of bike routes, hiking trails, emergency vehicles can't access these locations. And not every trail that is put in with the Conservation Commission and such requires that either. So it has to be on the understanding that someone using a bike route that if you end up falling off your bike and getting hurt, it might take a while for someone to get there.
Rick?
I'll go speak to the issue that President Green held on emergency services. I think Ray kind of confused the issue in my opinion because he talked two different issues. I certainly support bike routes, and I think that I agree with Tracy and Steve. Part of the problem is and not disrespectfully, but you thought it was a relatively small thing to let's go get a handful of signs and we'll expect the highway department to absorb the cost of buying them and installing them. And while it is a relatively small amount of money in the grand scheme of a budget, as taxpayers, we don't really have a right to go to anybody's budget and say, let's determine how that budget's going to get spent. That's what the Board of Selectmen does, working with the various departments. So again, I'm not saying it negatively to what you're saying, but we shouldn't be as taxpayers. That's what we elect selectmen for, and that's what we have department heads for. They put budgets together. There have been a number of times, if you attend meetings on a regular basis, there have been a number of times when the selectmen have said, you know, we're not going to use the highway department as a catch-all whipping post. There's a cost associated with the highway department doing this project for the fire department, or doing this project for the cemetery, or doing this project for whatever, and that we need to identify that cost and not burden the highway department for that. So again, it took me a minute to get around to this. I support your idea of a bike path. I think what they're trying to do in the grand scheme of things, the board's really what they're telling you is, if you don't change this at all, a year from now you'll still be spinning your wheels because there'll be no mechanism to do anything. You could go to the board and say we voted yes, but the board will say, well, you voted yes, but there's nothing attached to it. So by moving it and getting a commission started, it certainly does allow you folks to come back next year and say, we've identified the bike route, we feel we're going to need X number of dollars to accomplish, to get from point A to point B, and I think you stand a better chance of the Board of Selectmen supporting it through the budget process and saying, let's put a warrant article together to accomplish this. as opposed to, I think, again, I think that we're gonna spin our wheels with it up here, even if it passes. I think that you're still gonna be stuck back, square one, trying to come back. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote on the amendment? I will read it. This replaces all of the language of Article 19. This follows. Shall the town establish an advisory committee to the select board for the purpose of studying and creating bicycle routes in Barrington and for the purpose of creating signage and maintenance plans for such routes? Okay, all in favor, raise your cards. All opposed, raise your cards. It passes. Any further discussion on the amended Article 19? If not, Article 19 will appear on the ballot as amended. Okay, Article 20. Reclassify Marsh Road to Class A Trail. To see if the town will vote to reclassify this Class 6 portion of Marsh Road to a Class A trail pursuant to RSA 231-A:2, beginning approximately 900 feet, and I'm not going to read all that unless any of the surveyors really want to hear that part. The Class A trail established by this article shall be gated at both ends to prevent motor vehicle access by the public, but should be snowmobiles, it's misspelled. Snowmobiles, emergency maintenance, logging vehicles, etc. shall be permitted. Majority vote required, not recommended unanimously by the select board, by petition. And we have the petition here, and John Wallace is one of the petitioners who will discuss this article. Do you have a motion for it? Do you move this article, John?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Seconded.
Robert Drew seconded. He was the first one. Okay, John.
Okay, I'll try to make this fairly brief. As you may recall, at the end of 2017, the Southeast Land Trust, which I'll probably call SELT, was able to acquire and conserve this 1,500 and some acre property that is shown there, Stonehouse Forest. Unfortunately, the colors don't show quite so well, but I think you can pretty much tell what it is, which is a fabulous game for the town for recreational and many other reasons. One sort of slight problem with it is there is this town road, Class 6 road, Marsh Road, it used to be called Long Marsh Road, that runs right through the middle of it. It's not a big deal per se, but at least one of the problems that because a Class 6 road is not maintained by the town, but nonetheless vehicular access is allowed to it, so you can have ATVs and Jeeps and I don't know what all devices running up and down that. Now, Southeast Land Trust has in fact designed several trails that will utilize, trail system that will utilize that and have branches going on and off of it. They would prefer, and they will need to gate all of those trails, but it's a much easier solution if we could just put gates at the end of the whole road, at the ends of the road, which reclassifying it as a Class A trail would achieve. A Class 6 road cannot be gated, at least not, can't have locked gates, whereas a Class A trail that can be done. So it's proposal to do that to allow Southeast Land Trust, which will pay for and install the gates, to do that. The road would be open for, obviously, for emergency vehicles, for any maintenance, for any logging operations that might have to take place out there, things like that. So, but it will be open for those particular needs if they arise, but just would not be open to vehicular traffic. This will, of course, result in an easier time for well, it would be better for the wildlife, for the water supply protection, which this whole project affords, and so on and so forth, to keep, as a rule, motorized wheeled vehicles off of there. One exception is snowmobiles would be allowed. It's part of the Southeast Land Trust's recreation management plan. It does allow snowmobiles going up and down that road. So here's just a brief bunch of points on it. Let's see, divided by Long Marsh. Can be locked. I think we'll settle that when they open snowmobiles. Yeah, and just one thing, if for some reason in the future, I can't foresee why, but if for some reason the town wants to develop that road and make a through road between Young Road, France Road, Mary Hill Road, and Route 202, This process can be reversed by town vote. It can be reclassified as a Class 6 road, and then the town, I guess, could reclassify it as a Class 5 road. Should that happen, it would cost many millions of dollars to upgrade this road to any kind of real marketable, travelable standard. A good part of it is underwater right now. There's a beaver dam that floods 50 years, I don't know, probably 50 or 100 feet of it, and that's even in dry weather. Right now, it's probably 200 feet, I don't know. Anyway, so that's the position.
Select board, comments, Dan?
Yeah, well, it's stated here today, well, the connecting corridors, the town still owns a lot out in the middle there. We can't deny access to it. And then, do you think the Stonehouse purchase is priceless? The purchase itself by reserving it?
Priceless?
Yeah, do you think that there's a value to it?
Absolutely, there's a value to it. I'm sorry.
So what's the value of that lot up there now that the town owns?
Or that lot, I mean, you know, technically it could be developed for a house lot or something, though it would cost a fortune to make the road out there. And the value to the town, I believe, is for forestry. I mean, it could harvest trees out there and get some money out of that.
Well, what I'm saying is someone wants to live in heaven, and they don't care about money, they would just pay good money for that lot, live out in the middle of paradise.
If they can pay the money and get the road upgraded, I guess there's nothing we can do to stop them, at least at this point. I would hope at some point those lands might be turned over to sell it, but that's a different story.
Thank you.
Tracy?
So I think it's important to note that this idea came before the select board, and the select board, if I recall, unanimously turned down the idea of giving up this access way. And the reason that the select board turned it down is not because we're not in support of the Conservation Commission, or that we're not in support of SELT. All of what you've accomplished, we're very in support of. However, this is one area, and yes, it would be expensive to do it, where the town retains their right to create a throughway that would connect Route 9. And so asking in this manner is you're right, but the select board has already spoken to the issue and requested of a majority the ability to retain the town's right to create a roadway through there should we need to. So in order to make this easier or cheaper on SELT is not the select board's goal in what we had decided. Our goal was to be forward-thinking for the town and retain what we would need to create a roadway in the future without having to reintroduce the issue. As far as locked gates,
I'm sorry, if the road were to be, if I interrupt for just a sec, if the road were to be reclassified as a Class 5 road and developed by the town, would that not have to come to a town vote as well? If it went from Class 6 to Class 5?
Again, by turning it over to a trail, we then have an extra step. We lose our right to do that, should we
You could
choose
do
to.
them in the same town meeting.
The other thing I'd like to point out is, and again, fully in support of what SELT's accomplishing, but once we turn over, and we have, Stonehouse Pond, we've begun to limit some of the activities and the times that people have been able to access Stonehouse Pond. There's been fundamental changes made to what was allowed and what is going to be allowed. And love snowmobiling, but actually love ATVing with my teenage son when he was growing up as well. And limiting the access to be able to use that pathway, I'm not sure is fair to all of the town residents, so.
Can I just apply one thing? One thing about if you allow ATVs and such in there, it is not just a question of SELT not having to put up a couple of extra gates. Those ATVs, once they're in there, will not necessarily use the existing gated trails. They will go wandering off wherever they can get through and really cause serious damage to what is a priceless ecological feature of the town. Because ATVs can cause a lot of damage to wetlands. We have seen that.
Okay, Rick?
to speak as the fire chief here. I'm not in favor of reducing the Class 6 road down to a Class 8 trail. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Having been born and raised in this town, and certainly Dawn can back me up on the fact that at least one road that comes to mind, Oak Hill Road, I would have bet anybody $1 million 20 years ago that road would have never been put through, just because of the amount of work that was going to be required to do that. And a developer came in and decided that it was cost effective, and now we have a nice through road that gets us from Route 9 to Scruton Pond Road. From an emergency services standpoint, and being on the fire department for 40 years, it was a real challenge when we had to go about 5 miles out of our way with a fire truck or an ambulance to get to the last house that was built in on Oak Hill Road, and we had to access that from Scruton Pond Road. And for somebody, when you don't need emergency services because your house isn't on fire and you're not laying on the floor of a heart attack, we don't understand what emergency services are until we finally do need them services, and we want them there in 5 minutes. And I'll say that as somebody that's in the business. If I don't need that fire truck in my house, I don't care. But if I need the fire truck, I want it parked across the street from Landry's Auto Salvage as soon as I need it. So I'm not a big fan of, it's a lot harder to give something up and then try to take it back after. I think there's some natural things in there, such as that beaver bog, they're going to stop people from using that. If all I'm saying is, long after everybody in this room has passed on, it could be 100 years from now, there's a need for the town to provide a road from Route 9 back to the Swains Lake area of town, because 125 is 6 lanes wide, and got 1 million cars a day going up through there, and we still have to get around town and do our services. And there's a number of roads in town that I've been an advocate for, such as the Lee Road, and the Meeting House Road, and some of these other roads, get them connected so that we can move around town, we can get to the village center and stuff like this. So I'm going to strongly urge the voters not to support that. I support the conservation, I appreciate what they're doing, but I think that we can leave this as a town road. It's probably never ever going to be developed because of the cost associated with it. But again, I don't think Dawn would disagree with me. I don't think her or I or some other people in this town ever thought Oak Hill Road would be done. So I would certainly urge the voters to leave this road the way it is. I don't think it's going to be a big impact. The other side of this, I've said this, and I'll go to my grave believing this. Again, we can talk about trails and we can talk about people using them, and we want people to use them, but until you finally do get hurt out there, and you're going to lay on the side of the trail out there for a couple hours till we can get some people and hike in there and hike it out of there, it's not a big deal until you or one of your loved ones is hurt. So we do have to, when we take these pieces of property and we're looking to make them recreation friendly, we do have to consider public safety, whether we want to do, whether we like it or not. Thank you.
Bob Williams, do you have a comment?
Can I just quickly reply to that?
You okay, Bob, letting him go?
Yeah, I'll go.
I just want to say that this, in no way does, other than putting up gates, locked gates at both ends, this does not change the condition of the road now at all. It is the same for emergency vehicles now as it is if it's a Class A trail. Now, should the town want to, yes, make it into a Class 5 road and have a highway going through there, that could happen in the future. But right now, there is absolutely no difference to the safety of the citizens, other than a couple minutes to unlock the gate, perhaps.
Okay, Don?
When this was discussed at the selectmen's meeting, I think we also asked Peter's opinion, and he did not support it going into a Class 6 trail.
You did at the meeting I was at. Okay.
And I
have
think
enough.
that came before the selectmen 2 or 3 times, because we began to wonder how come it kept coming back. But I may be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure, well, you guys would know how Peter felt about it.
Okay, Bob?
Bob Williams, Pond Road, I'm also your police chief. I'll make this quick. I support the fire chief in this. He and I had talked about it. Is that better?
Thank you.
I also support the selectmen. This is just one case where it's not broken, it doesn't need to be fixed. We could address it later if needed, but just leave it alone. Thank you.
Can I, again, can I reply? It is not quite right to say it is broken. There is vehicular access into that area now, occasionally, that causes problems. And as it becomes more popular, as CELT goes ahead with its publicity for this as a recreational area open to the public, that will probably become worse.
Okay, next speaker.
My name's Ted Loader. I live, I'm in the ward there.
What, your last name again, Ted?
Ted Loader, Theodore Loader. It's on the ward. I'm the last guy there in the road for whom the fence or the new gate would be outside my house, probably. My only comment is that I walked that trail many, many times, watched many Jeeps come back and forth on it over the years. My guess is that changing it from a Class 6 road to a trail would have a zero impact on the nature and the change of the trail. The only thing I see would happen would be putting gates at either end so we don't get people getting out there in the trail and getting themselves stuck in the car. I mean, I watch cars go by there now and then, and anyway, there are funny stories associated with people running out that road, including a large mattress truck trying to, finding himself almost in the beaver pond. Anyway, that's another story. Thank you. A gate would prevent the mattress truck from trying that road. Thank you.
Hi, John Allard, Swain Road. You still had mentioned that, as you can see on that map up there, Swain Road runs from Route 9 right down to Swains Lake, and it's parallel to Long Marsh Road. And there's only about 1/8 of a mile, about 2/3 of the way east on that road that isn't, that you couldn't run an ambulance down. Very short area that could be developed. And if that was a concern, of course it wouldn't make us folks on Swain Road happy because we probably have a lot more traffic by our house, but Swain Road, I live on the western half of it. It's in very good shape, and it wouldn't take much to connect that if it was a concern. Thank you.
Sandy?
I have a quick housekeeping question. Do we have to make a motion to change the spelling of snowmobile, or can it just happen?
It can just happen.
How about road? How about road?
Yeah, that didn't fix
The other point I forgot to make while I was up here from a public safety standpoint is currently there's a law on the books, and I think the attorney might be able to help a little bit if I'm speaking. But there is a law on the books that allows the town to declare a road, not a Class 8 trail, but a road, an emergency lane. And again, if I'm not quite saying the law correctly, but my interpretation of by declaring a Class 6 road or a private road an emergency lane, it allows a little bit of flexibility on the part of the town to invest money in these roads should we need to, from the standpoint of emergency services access. This is probably a little bit of a stretch, but it's more designed to areas of private roads or Class 6 roads that people are living on, and whatever may create the hazard that would preclude fire or emergency services from safely making it to them, then it would allow for the use of town's funds, because as Administrator Student spoke to you folks earlier, the law is quite clear that we cannot use town funds on a Class 6 road. So again, that would be another reason for leaving that up as a road. So should the need ever arise to put money into that road because of emergency services, one thing that would come to mind is if there ended up being a big woods fire out there and we had to make access to get out there and take care of that, it would certainly make it very clear to the Board of Selectmen that they would be able to vote in that way. So unless I'm totally wrong on my interpretation of the law on emergency lanes, that's another reason for us to keep this as a town road and not change it over to Class 6.
Very nice summary of emergency lane law.
Just a quick question. I'm wondering, is there any regulations in the town that allows us to state what can be used on a Class 6 road? Meaning that can the town basically put gates at either end to restrict motor vehicle access except for emergency vehicles?
Class 6 roads are public roads that are not maintained by the by the town. Non-locking gates can be put on Class 6 roads, so people have to get out and open up the gate and then go through, and they're supposed to close them, but they don't always do that. But you can't do locked gates on a Class 6 road.
So, excuse me, so it can't be voted on to basically restrict certain access or vehicles to use them. So where it's still a Class 6 road, it's just not allowed for four-wheelers to go down it.
You can't, no, I don't believe that you can restrict who uses the Class 6 road unless you can come up with, I'm trying to think of some kind of safety reason why you would be able to do that. The selectmen regulate the use of roads. Town meeting doesn't regulate the use of roads in that way. And so the selectmen can set speed limits and do that type of thing. But I don't believe that they can restrict the use of roads to no four-wheelers or no people who aren't going to stay on the road or that type of thing.
Tracy?
I'd like to amend Article 20.
I can't hear what you said.
I'd like to amend Article 20 if we're done discussion. Are we done discussion? Premature on that. I would like to amend it to read to see if the town will vote to express the advisory view that the Class 6 portion of Marsh Road remain a Class 6 road.
Second.
Okay, and discuss your motion.
Again, while I fully commend our commission on conservation, placing unlocked gates may accomplish a portion of what is trying to be accomplished. I do believe that it is the select board's responsibility to maintain and keep in the possession of the town access to all roadways owned by the town. And so that is my reason for amending Article 20.
As a point of order to you, the subject is the same road, but aren't we changing the intent to the point where this doesn't work? I raise that as a point of order.
It's legal to change the intent as long as you don't change the subject matter. Any discussion on the proposed amendment? Let me read that amendment and we can vote on it. It would change the entire language of Article 20 to see if the town will vote to express the advisory view that the Class 6 portion of Marsh Road remain a Class 6 road. Okay? Yep.
Order, I don't believe it was seconded.
Second and third.
Yeah, George.
I did.
Okay, ready for vote? All those in favor of that amendment, raise your cards. Select board and a few others. those opposed? The amendment fails. Any further discussion of Article 20? Seeing none, Article 20 will appear on the ballot as written with a couple of typographic errors corrected. Okay, Article 21. The wording on this is a bit confusing. I'll read it as is, and we have a proposed amendment from the board, which George will present in a minute. Okay, as written, to see if the town, this is to discontinue no longer used capital reserves. To see if the town will vote to discontinue the following capital reserve funds. Said funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the municipality's general fund, comma, the recycling building renovation and upgrade capital reserve and the vital record preservation capital reserve, period. Both funds have a zero balance. You can see why we're going to change that. Recommendation unanimously by the select board.
So moved.
Let's move that article first. George moved. Did somebody second? That article? Okay. And then we'll entertain an amendment from George.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to propose an amendment to Article 21 to see if the town will vote to discontinue the following capital reserve funds. 1. Recycling, building, renovation, and upgrade capital reserve. 2. The vital records preservation capital reserve. Said funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the municipality's general fund. Both funds have a zero balance. Majority vote required.
Any discussion on the amendment? Ready to vote on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment as written, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, the amended language replaces the original language. Any discussion on that article as amended? Sorry, the second of that amendment?
Tracy, I believe.
Tracy.
I just have a quick question. I'm just wondering, are we no longer putting funds aside to renovate the recycling building? Is it just happening a different way? I'm just confused.
Correct.
Okay.
It's in the operating budget now for repairs.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on 21? If not, that article as amended will appear on the ballot. Everybody's favorite Article 22, other business, to transact any other business that may legally come before said meeting of the honorable town government. This is where George will have something to say.
Yes, I would like to have reconsideration of Article 20.
Okay, do we have a second to reconsider Article 20? Tracy? All those in favor of reconsidering Article 20?
Yes.
Right. We have a motion to reconsider Article 20. We'll take a vote on that, on reopening Article 20 for reconsideration. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Let's say that it fails. Reconsideration fails. Okay.
Request a revote with count.
You want to count? We have my volunteer counters here. We don't have any volunteer counters. I'll use my clicker. All those in favor, again, raise your hands and I will count them. The question was reopening. All those in favor of reconsidering Article 20, raise your hand. All those opposed to reconsidering Article 20? strangely enough, it's 15 to 15. I did not vote, so I will vote yes in order to allow that discussion.
I would like to propose another amendment to read, to see if the town will vote to express the advisory view that the Class 6 portion of Marsh Road, beginning approximately 900 feet east of its intersection with Route 9 and 202 at the intersection of the two lots owned by J. Kip Howland and Sean Parquette, tax map, page 243, lot 1 and 2. On the north side of Marsh Road and extending east to the intersection of land owned by Self, map, page 247, lot 6, and Theodore Loader, hope I pronounced that correctly. You did. Map 247, lot 5, on the south side of Marsh Road, and on the north side of Marsh Road at the intersection of the South parcel 247, lot 24, and owned by Clifford Zitterstorm, map page 247, lot 27 remain a Class 6 road.
Second.
Okay, would you like to discuss? Any comments from the board?
I think it's important to note to everyone here that is potentially voting in favor of turning this into a trail and removing the town's ability to retain this as a throughway in the future, that this has very little to do with supporting conservation or not supporting conservation. This has everything to do with retaining the town's ability to control the future of that throughway.
Okay, John?
I take it you guys just brought this up because I walked out the door and a few of the supporters of this did, after it pretty definitively was rejected the first time? Is this the case? In which case, I think you should be ashamed of yourselves for doing so.
Confine our comment to the content.
No, that was not my intent. My intent was to allow the Board of Selectmen to maintain control in the event that future development of the town will come forward. If that
And we already
happens,
voted on it once.
point of order. It's not the microphone. The reason why we did that is so that we could have a safe way to accommodate the individuals on either end of the town. As if anybody was at the select board meeting and listened to Mr. Cook describe how it would be adverse to the town to do that. So that's the reason why we did it. It had nothing to do, Mr. Wallace, with the fact that you left or anybody else left, just following the procedures that the town had voted on years ago. Thank you.
Mr. Huckins?
Yeah, I think that Rick Walker did a pretty good job of explaining the emergency lane thing, except for I'd like to have Jay comment on this one. If you do make it a Class 8 trail, you cannot make it an emergency lane, is my understanding, correct?
Jay, did you?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, when they explained the whole thing on emergency lanes, if this does get declared a Class 8 trail, you can no longer make it an emergency lane without going back to the voters.
I don't believe that you can.
Right, so if we have an emergency, we couldn't open it for emergency lane if it goes to a Class 8 trail, correct?
Hold on, let me look at the Class A trail designation and not using it for emergency vehicles.
Emergency lane means maintaining it as an emergency lane.
No. If you have to access.
A Class A trail can be accessed for emergency purposes.
John, hold on, the town attorney has the floor. Hold on.
I'm reading the statute, which is a good place to start. The part of the statute that talks about vehicular access doesn't say anything about emergency lanes use. What the statute says, so you'll know what I'm looking at, is it shall not be used for vehicular access to any new building or structure or the expansion, enlargement, or increased intensity of use of any existing building or structure. It may be used by owners of land abutting it or served exclusively by it for access for non-development users. The municipality is not responsible for maintaining it for them. It doesn't say that you can't use it for emergency access. And my understanding is that at the moment, emergency vehicles can't get through there as a through road, but I don't know the answer to that. For emergency lanes.
It's not listed as one of the options.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't believe, which I said, like I said before, it can't be declared an emergency lane by the selectmen. I have to say that I don't believe that it's, unless the town meeting votes to designate, unless it's designated absolutely no vehicular traffic. I don't believe that you would say that it's illegal for a fire truck or a police cruiser to go up there if they have to go up there. Now, whether they can get through it or not is another question, and without declaring an emergency lane, you can't do any maintenance on the road to make it so that they can go through there. That's where the difference is, I think.
Who was first, Tracy or Dave?
Tracy.
Tracy, okay, good.
I'm not sure that the people in the room are currently understanding the select board's reasoning for wanting to retain ownership as a class 6 road. However, I will point out one more piece to the puzzle, and that is, even if the voters decide to change this into a trail and we are owners of property in the middle of that area that abuts this, we can also decide not to lock the gates because we have ownership of property in the middle of that. So I would suggest that potentially you work with the board, put unlocked gates at either end at the cost to South, not the town, and proceed with what you're trying to accomplish without removing the access for future decades that the town may have.
May I ask, is that true? What she just stated about the town can refuse to have the gates locked in order to access its own?
That anyone owning the property would have access and the right to it.
Yeah, the town can have a key.
What the statute says is, just a second, Dan, I'm sorry to address that, okay? What the statute says is it doesn't have the status and shall not be used for vehicular access. It can be used by owners of land to provide access for non-development purposes.
The town has a key.
But yeah, the town would have a key.
John, you're also taking away the ability, should the town choose to use that piece of property in the pristine way that is being described and sell it off to someone who wants to pay $1 million to put a road in. Regardless, you're taking away power from the townspeople.
The town can take that power right back by redesignating it as a road if they want to, anytime, just the way we're doing it now.
John, do you really think that once this is voted to be a Class A trail, then the town should come back to ask the public to vote in favor of giving it back, that they're going to do it? I don't think so, John.
If the town should make such a request, I assume there would be such a compelling reason that it probably would convince the voters to do so. But right now, there is absolutely no reason to do so. I'm sorry. All it does is create problems for the wildlife, for the recreational purposes that the South is envisioning using the trail for, and for water, possibly for water supplies, by allowing vehicles to get in there. And it is ruining some of the recreational purposes, just for the aesthetic, if you have ATVs roaring through the middle of it.
John, we know that when the property was turned over to them, we know that we had to give them an extension on the trails that they were required to put in there, and then they was given a, I believe it's a second extension on the first one to provide us with the trails that they said they were going to put there. They have not provided us with the trails that sell.
Excuse me, the recreation plan was submitted to the town several months ago.
We're going to have to.
Sir, I was polite to you to allow you.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Dan.
You're getting off track, and I believe it was, information was provided to us. So I'd like to stop this on that, Chair.
All right. Any other comments on the proposed amendment before we vote on the proposed amendment? Yeah, Julian?
So my letter made it such that I really had to leave. Was this a reconsideration? I'm not sure I know what's going on here.
Yes. Select person merely proposed reconsidering this article, and nobody had moved to restrict reconsideration. And we had a tie vote, and I broke the tie to allow that because nobody had moved to restrict reconsideration. Okay, are we ready for the vote for the article as you can see up there, or do you want me to read it?
Please.
All right, I'll read it. Tuesday, if the town will vote to reclassify the Class 6 portion of Marsh Road to a Class A trail pursuant to RSA 231.
You're reading the original, not the amendment.
I'm sorry, what?
You're reading the original, not the amendment.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I have to read it in that direction.
No, you can. I gave you a piece of paper.
Oh, that one's on there too.
Yep.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Get the right one. All right, to see if the town will vote to express the that's the right one, right?
Yes.
To see if the town will vote to express the advisory view that the Class 6 portion of Marsh Road, beginning approximately 900 feet east of its intersection with Route 9 and 202, at the intersection of the two lots owned by J. Kip Howland and Sean Paquette, tax map 243, lots 1 and 2, on the north side of Marsh Road, and extending east to the intersection of land owned by the Southeast Land Trust, map 247, lot 6, and Theodore Loader, map 247, lot 5, on the south side of Marsh Road and on the north side of Marsh Road. So Marsh Road is still spelled wrong. Marsh Road at the intersection of the Southeast Land Trust parcel, map 246, lot 24, and land owned by Clifford Zetterstrom, map 247, lot 27, remain a Class 6 road. Okay, ready for the vote? All in favor of that amendment, raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, 19 opposed, 16 in favor. The amendment fails. Okay, so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
All right, so there is no change. Article 20 will still appear on the ballot as written.
May I move to restrict reconsideration of that article?
You can do that. Sure. Julian, second. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay. We restrict reconsideration of Article 20. Now we can do Article 22. Other business. To transact any other business that may legally come before said meeting of the Honorable Town Governor. We can't do anything that requires anybody to do anything, but if you have any comments about anything, if you have any announcements about things such as the school deliberative session being next Saturday across the hall at 9 o'clock, that you might want to show up for, that would be good. Anybody have anything they want to say? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of adjournment? Okay, thank you for hanging out here today. See you next week.